All right, everybody. Good morning. How we doing? Okay, so we're going over this plan here. Let me actually, should I pull the zones to the right? How much time do I have? 11 minutes. I do have enough time. So let's go ahead and do this real quick. Let's put you all the way down to there. I tend to do this by hand, by the way, so I can remember where all these zones are at, because I'm always actually looking at the levels while I'm pulling it right. And sometimes, like, you might pull the corner of a zone and you might mess it up when you're not paying attention. Sometimes that does happen. I'm going to show you something real quick, and this is why my zones never get messed up. Even if I touch, the corner and I pull it, to the side by an accident. Sometimes that does happen, honestly. Especially if I have a lot of stuff on the screen. Oh, we got a whole lot more to go. We have so many. This is crazy. How far does this go down to? That's only 530. Yeah, I think these zones go all the way down to 400 flat, I think. Oh yeah, it's just a few more. Might as well finish it off. By the way, if you haven't noticed, when I turn my zones and like I'm pulling them to the right side, I put it all the way to the right like this because I don't have to actually measure it. If I'm trying to do it all by hand, I gotta like try to line it up with the top one and bottom one. And sometimes no matter how much you line it up, it just doesn't line up. So if you just throw it all the way to the right side and you put it to the end, like the furthest you could drag it, you could just let it go right there. It'll be perfect. By the way, everybody, make sure you recognize if you're going to trade in the morning, in the first 10 minutes, you're only going to put $10 to $20 down. Oh, perfect. Perfect, Frost. I just wanted to make sure. So again, everybody, you're only going to put 10 to 20, maybe $30. Nothing more than that. You never want to put more money than that in the first 10, 15 minutes because you're just looking for a simple little trade. You want to gain some experience, and that's all you're looking for. Now, we got calls by on August 19th. August 19th. Which is here. Was I putting another? I think I was putting another buying point because I would wait honestly for here to buy. If we're gonna buy like another lead play, another swing play, I would wait for us to get to this blue one, and then once we go above it, we're gonna get a 5-day play to play the puts going right back down to hold on top of the blue. So it's gonna look something like this here. Either you drop from here, drop back down to here. That could happen. And then I want to see something like this. And then potentially we hold here. And then you'll see us start gapping up. It'll slow down. Hit a new high. Get above it. Hit the blue again. Maybe fall down below it again. And then go higher. It's pretty much the same trend every time. Just a little different, of course. And the current wedge that we have on SPY right now, in terms of the low from the other day, is basically right around here. So if we break beneath this, as you can see, below 644, play the puts to 624, which is the top of this box. Oh, wait, this is way more, this is way bigger. Wait, that's the bigger entries. You got to go for the smaller entries. There you go. We got to somehow bring these to the right. Should I bring it to the right? I think I should bring it to the right. Yeah. Or should we move this to the right? I think we should move this. I think we should leave that to the left and move this to the right. It's going to take 5 minutes just to do this. Good morning, everybody. You could buy plenty of things for $10 to $20. Like, take, for example, the $10 trade that I told everybody to buy yesterday that went to $70 each. That's 700%. Or take, for example, the trade the day before that where we were trying to get $6 and we lost some money. The put side went $6 to $60. And then last week we called the $3 trade where we turned it into $40, right? And then what else? What else can we talk about? The most recent, oh yeah, Intel as well. We put in $5. That thing went straight to $57, $55. And then we put $4. No, we put in 12. And then we averaged down at 4. And then it ran to $24 again. We sold out around like maybe 23, 22. That was around 300%. We did that, I think, 2-3 times last week. If not, we've been doing it like once a week. Once every 2 weeks. I think we did it twice last week, though. Because we played the calls and then we played the puts right after. I'm pretty sure it was like right after. But yeah, there's plenty of things you could buy for $10, $20. If you're not willing to trade with just $10 to $20, sometimes, you know, it's understandable. But for the beginning aspects, in terms of your journey, in terms of trading here, I would say you always need to start with $10 with me. 100%. Because I'm here to teach you. I'm not here just to make you feel like you always got to ask me for trades and you always need somebody. It's better for you to be able to trade on your own. Because it's the most powerful thing in the world, you know? So just realize that's the main purpose of a lot of these cheap trades. Because they teach you more. Teach you way more. Okay, everybody. We're done with this. Let's go ahead and go to the 5 minutes. I actually kind of want to fix this a little bit. I don't want to get calls here. I would actually want everybody to get calls up here. That's where you would get calls now. And then for puts, we would be able to get puts basically anywhere around here. But then in all honesty, if you really think about it, this kind of turns into a call level down here too. You could hold here. But then again, that's kind of stupid. I would much rather everybody buy calls right here. And I wouldn't tell you to buy calls there. I would tell you to actually buy like a $20 put here. $80 calls. Actually, I'll probably tell you to buy an $80 call there. Yeah, I'll probably just wait for you to hit here. So again, we're fixing this up right now. Just for the current data, just so everybody can understand how to play with it. Yeah, it's 636. Like right here, I would get a call. That's 100%. And if we go below 636, puts, yep. 630, no calls. 629 though. Calls like right there, yep. What's good, Mata? Good morning. Let's see this. So I'm thinking right here. And then $320 puts. In all honesty, I would actually tell you to buy the $320 puts here now. So I'll probably move it up a little bit more. And then $10 puts. We can move this one. Actually, we can copy this one down here. We could put this here. Just get $10 puts there. Remember, these are all the small entries. The big entries are these right here. So the far left. Which basically mean, if you look at this one, above 630.50, 632, then 636. Once you get above 636, wait a second. I had to fix that. I never fixed this. Oh no. Okay, so basically you would have how much dollars in total? $6. So this will go from right here, which is 640. You would go straight up to 646. So yeah, this would be basically you would need to hit the blue and then go back to the middle. Since you're at the middle, I kind of really want you to hit the blue. But if you hold this wedge that we created the past couple days, you're just going to start running right back up into a new high. So I think the first thing we should do, ladies and gentlemen, I think the first thing we should do is look at the call side for a little bounce here. But in all honesty, the puts look like they're the best thing that we should buy. So let's look at a cheap put first. Let's go ahead and put this on the supply and demand zones. There's also fixture reversal points the second the market opens here. Yeah, so you fell beneath the purple. So if you run up here, we could play calls for you to run up to the purple and then fall from the purple, right? Or else you're just going to fall straight down from here and hit somewhere near the 200 moving average. The puts are not cheap at all. 639s, yeah, these are not cheap at all. So it looks like the calls are going to be the winner for now. Let me look at the calls. 649s, they're $20. Yeah, these are quite expensive right now. I think we should just wait a second. Both sides are a little expensive. Again, we want the market to drop straight down here. If you fall down from 644, we want to see you touch 642. If you just hold at this midpoint, let's wait for this to get near the purple. Take it a little bit slower. Good volume in the price in terms of like 830, 815. From there to now, whenever news dropped, yeah, this looks perfect. And remember what we told everybody yesterday. We told everybody, once you hit the purple, you can get a 5-day put. So if anybody bought some puts from yesterday, generally your contracts would be up right now. This is also part of the reason as to why we sold the calls for 8 days out, because we're going to try to see if we could buy them again. So in terms of what we're really looking for, it's actually calls 8 days out. We're trying to buy back into them, but just for a cheaper price, right? Let me see what's the price on them now. Yeah, so you already fell under our sell price. You're already starting to touch 230 and 220. SPY's running up here. Again, pay attention to how fast the 0-day contracts go up. Go through them, look at the strike price. Check to see how much it was a couple seconds ago. Like this one was 50, now it's 67. This one was 12, a couple seconds ago it was 9. This was the 650s. 650s are $5 away, $6 away, so that's way too far. Remember, the furthest distance that you can get with these contracts is going to be 3 to 4 strikes. Anything further than 4 strikes, and you're asking for way too much. In fact, you should only go really 2 strikes or 1 strike if you really have the capital for it. But with days like today, they're too expensive, you know. $100, 1 strike out, that's a little crazy. So we got to wait for that contract to drop down to maybe 60, 40. And by the time it drops to there, we should get some good prices. In terms of the puts right now, remember, we want the market to fall down to here, 642. So the 642 puts, they're $60. Not bad. If we get a 641 for 40, it's not terrible. But we'll have to see here in a second. We could get a 641 put if this could just go up a little bit higher and fill this gap. Because remember, now you have a gap here, which is kind of funny. Let me show you all the gap on Webull. Yesterday, you filled the other gap from the 25th. But you pretty much just stopped right there. And then today, you just gapped right back down on top of that same area. By the way, good morning, everybody. To everybody who showed up a little bit late. Good morning. How we doing? So remember, at the end of the day yesterday, the contracts that we had, that we bought at the bottom. So let me just show you the prices of this first. All right, we'll show you that another time then. In terms of just the prices, right? Yesterday, we bought something for $10 and we bought it all the way down here, everybody. That's where we bought it right there. We then bought an 8-day contract right here, right next to the yellow. We sold everything pretty much right around, I forgot where, I think it was somewhere around here. Yeah, right here at that peak, and then the market turned red, and then it started going up higher. We sold it like right there, you could say. At that point, our contracts were up around 200% for the 0 days, which means it went from $10 to almost 30. And then the 8-day contracts were up $40, 40%. So it was up $80. At the end of the day, when you kept running up higher, the one thing I want you to understand is, what strike price did you hit? You perfectly hit 645, right? The craziest and the most, weirdest, I guess, part about this whole entire trading style is, for some reason, it always catches that. So one of the reasons why we chose 645 in terms of a strike price was because of the gap and because of the purple. That's why when the market ran up, you at least perfectly, filled that area and at least hit that strike price, which was perfectly, the strike price that just so happened to be the one that we bought. So it's kind of funny, but again, just because of the gap, just because of the purple, and just because of the weekly trading style, all these 3 things and 4 things merged together, it pretty much gave us the idea that you would hit that level perfectly. The day before, I want you to realize something. The day before, when we opened up right here, I told everybody to buy a contract for right here. So as you could tell, my goal was 645. That's the strike price that I wanted everybody to buy. The one that was cheap was the 647s in the morning. That's why today you didn't just see me buy anything, because last time we did that over here, the whole entire day ended up screwing us over because it was just ridiculously slow. So once we had a moment like that earlier this week, we wrote about it, wrote a whole essay about it, in fact, and we put in, kind of put together a plan that would actually work in the same situation, same scenario, even if this market consolidates, which was, if the contracts for your goal are not cheap enough to buy, you don't buy nothing. You don't buy whatever, one strike above it. You don't force it, because we forced it this day right here. Contracts went 3%, then 5% at the peak. And then we were waiting for a little bit more so we could sell out. We never sold it. We lost $15 plus 2. That's $17 in total. And then right here at the end of the day, we put in another $6. And then you just ran against it. And then the puts, they went from 6 to 60. So the puts went up 1,000%, which is what we were trying to get that same day. So we had one loss right here because we never sold it. We were profitable though, of course. In fact, if we would have waited another 5 minutes just for the same contracts we bought, we would have been up 50 to 60% at the top. So we wouldn't have just been up 3 to 10%. If we waited another 5 minutes instead of buying right at the open, again, we would have had a closer strike price. Or we would have had the same strike price but cheaper. So we would have been able to make more. So using that same lesson that we learned from that one day, because you need to learn your lesson. If you don't learn your lesson after losing money, you're just going to keep losing money. That's what used to happen to me at one point. So now every single day that we lose, it's more important for us to actually break down the loss than it is for us to break down the win. Because if we have a loss, that's a clear sign of that being the closest thing we need to fix for us to become better. So again, just give me 1 second, everybody. Let's see. So no, we're not buying nothing yet. You're all good, everybody. No need to panic yet. Everything's all good. We're just waiting here a second. That's why I'm explaining stuff. Perfect. No, yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. All right, so like we were saying here, in terms of yesterday, right? The way we played it, the way we traded it, we simply told everybody, what chart was I looking at? I think I was looking at this chart. Was I not? All right, we'll just keep it here. So we simply told everybody, just looking at some of these charts here. By the way, you're hitting the purple, so potential put plays here. Let's look at how cheap they dropped to before I keep talking. Let's see. The puts that I want to buy are 642s, but I'm trying to buy them for only like $20. $50 is too much. So we'll see if we could buy it for like 30. Maybe we could buy it for 30. But yeah, everybody. So, what was I referring to a couple seconds ago? I forgot. Remember, everybody, take your time. Remember what I told you all earlier, by the way. I don't know if some of you came in late. Do not trade with more than $10 to $30 in the first couple minutes. Meaning, wait for me to actually tell you that I'm getting into a trade that costs more before you get a more expensive trade. You never want to do your more expensive trades in the first couple minutes. You only want to do those around 10 to 11 o'clock. You just got to wait for the perfect opportunity. If that day doesn't have a perfect opportunity, you can't force it, you know? Never force it. Come on, I'm waiting for these puts to go down a little bit more. Let's check to see how much the calls went up here. So you went up from $9 to $15, which is not bad for a first win of the day. Remember, the idea was calls, let the market run up a little bit to the purple. Once we hit the purple, see how far it could run up on top of it. If it could hit the top, that would be perfect. We can get some puts up here. It's at the middle right now, so it's literally the second best level, you know, for us to get a put here. But again, it's still too expensive. I still think the prices might drop down a little bit more. And to confirm this idea, what we could do here is we could use the reversal points. No, there's no need to apologize. It's just I don't want you to panic, just in case. Because, you know, sometimes when people wake up late, they feel bad about themselves, or they used to do what I do, which was I used to violate myself. I used to get so mad at myself because I would wake up late. And I would wake up like 15 minutes after the market opens, and the trade that I got last night that expires today would have, you know, been up 100%, 50%, but I just had to take a loss. So it's a little unfortunate, honestly. But no, yeah, there's no need to apologize. You're all good. So again, everybody, you're at number 1, and you're in between number 1.5. You're at number 1, but you're in between 1.5. Meaning if you fall down here, the market's just going to shift right back down to the bottom, which is, you're going to fall right back down to potentially 644.02, which is right down here where my cursor is. If the market could do that, that would be perfect, because then we could see it run right back up to the purple again. And by the time it does that again, hopefully the puts are cheap at that point. Again, I don't want to play with these puts, even if we could buy something that's far out. Just because of 2 days ago, we learned our lesson. That lesson was basically, we bought something. There was 2 strikes out from the target. We should have bought something for 645. We bought something for 647. And because we bought something for 647, we basically were never profitable, besides the first couple minutes of that day. So to make sure that never happens again, ever, the first thing we're going to do here is enforce a plan so that we can kind of correctly gauge the prices as well as our targets. Like, for instance, with the reversal points, right? If everybody's just looking at this simple chart here, I know there's a lot of lines going everywhere, but just focus on where it has the arrows that say reversal. If you look at the prices, these are basically the strike prices that you're going to buy. You're never going to get something further than this. So that means in terms of a put, the furthest put that I could buy, in all honesty, is a 641. So that's how you guys could tell. Like, whenever you look at this chart right here, the first thing you should do is pause the video. Look at where everything is laid out. Look at the upside, look at the downside, and make sure that both of your ideas for the upside or for the downside, they're both planned. Never enter into a trade and you don't have a plan for the opposite way, because you're just asking for, like, this is usually what happens. Let's say if I get into a trade, right, and I never plan the opposite side, what occurs is basically over time, if not that same day, you're just going to go against it. and you're going to lose that money. But then because you weren't planning the opposite direction, you're not going to be able to make that money back the same day. Sometimes you're just going to have a loss, you know? That's just what happens. That's just what happens, everybody. Just got to deal with it. But as long as you plan the bounce back, that's the only thing you can do, you know? Tesla right now is... So yeah, Tesla, you instantly ran from 351 to 355. Let me see how much the contracts just went up from that. We would have had to buy something for like 370. Yeah, these were already expensive today. They went from 90 to just 150. Not that big of a gain, honestly. So we're going to let Tesla rock for a second here. We went long on Euro again. So again, we're just going to hold that, those longs there. And then for the SPY, we're going to wait for this. Let's actually check all of our other positions. For Mumu, we're up 200% now. I keep forgetting to post that on Mumu. The Mumu trade, I keep forgetting. Mumu on Mumu. Let's check Mumu right now, everybody. While we wait for SPY to drop down here and lose some value. Remember, it's okay. It's okay to miss some trades sometimes. I'm telling you, you wanting to just attack something and throw all your money in is not going to be what gets you to that next level. It was not the thing that got me to the next level. In fact, what got me to the next level was trading 5-day contracts. And right now, it is not a location where we could trade a 5-day contract, so we have to trade a 0-day. But we're waiting for the prices for these 0 days to get a little bit cheaper because they're very expensive. So it's very methodical, very confident, right? We know what's going to happen to the upside. We know how the downside is going to occur as well. That's why there's no need to really be impatient or feel like we missed out, or there's no need for none of that, honestly. We got this in the bag, ladies and gentlemen, just like yesterday, just like the day before, and just like the day before that one. Remember, the only reason why we are as good as we are is because of everybody here around us. Some of these ideas that I've had for these charts that led to these improvements were due to individuals that were from the community, you know? For instance, like writing down on the chart. I never knew you could put text on the chart. When I found out you could do that, it broke my brain. I was just like, there's no way. Now I could explain all the different charts and ideas. It was amazing. So SPY is still holding here, which is kind of what I'm thinking. This is a very important midpoint on the diagonal spectrum. So remember, not the horizontal spectrum. This is your reset point on the diagonals. Good morning, Williams. And then thank you for that call out, Elijah. At 10:30, we do have news, so we are going to have to pay attention to that. But it's not going to be too crazy, honestly. We're more so looking for jobless claims. What else are we looking for? ISM, unemployment, which is in a couple of days. It's like the first week of September, you could say. A lot of important information there. What's good, Williams? By the way, Williams, I don't know if you were in the stream last night. I appreciate what you did. But no, yeah, you don't have to do that again. That's all good. You watching is enough, and I appreciate you just being around here. I just wanted to say that because I don't know if you left last night and you didn't hear what I said. What's good, Cody? Good morning, everybody. So again, everybody, same thing we just talked about a couple minutes ago. Just to make sure everybody's on the same page. We're waiting for SPY to lose some value here. The first idea was calls. So it's awesome to see that the call idea did work out. And then we said the second you touch the purple puts. But again, the contracts, they're still not the price we want them to be. So it's perfect that, again, all of our ideas are playing out after each other. The next idea we said was that you were going to fall down to the 200. And then after you fall down to the 200, you're going to run back to the purple. And at that point, our contract should be good enough to buy into. It should be cheap enough. And if you just run on top of the purple, so be it. It's all good. We might make new yearly highs. So at that point, once you get above 647 and you make a new yearly high, we'll see if the market's going to pull back just for a couple minutes, like 30 minutes, an hour. And then we'll see if it's just going to start curling right back up into a new high. That's like literally like yesterday is exactly how a market goes about making new highs. That's one of the most consistent trends I've ever seen here. That's why it's so predictable. Because in the first 30 minutes yesterday, I told everybody, if the market does $1.30, meaning let's just say it runs up, falls down, but then like in terms of just the distance of the opening price, the first 10 minutes, you fell down $1.28. So once I saw that, I was just like, all right, I think it's a good idea to get calls here because you're still maintaining that $1.30 range. If that occurs, you might just run up the whole entire day. So right down here, I told everybody to get a $4, was it $4? How much was it? $10. It was a $10 call for 645 down here. And we basically played the whole entire trend going right back up. So in terms of where you're at today, you're just basically in the middle of it. You're not doing anything new. You're not doing anything, different. It's just pretty much the same exact thing, which might lead to you falling right back down to the midpoint, running back up to the purple, and then we'll see if you're going to break out at that point. What's good, everybody? Good morning. So yeah, yesterday's trade was pretty good because if we went up 200%, we sold it, but then it went up 700%. Yesterday, Monday's trade, the cheap one that we bought, the $6 one, and the one that we bought earlier than that, they did not go up 100% at all. And the goal was 1,000% that day. Yesterday's goal was 500 to 1,000%. So you kind of smashed it with the 700%. But again, we only sold it for 200. So today's goal is going to be to get these prices as cheap as possible. Fly around like we're a hawk or something, right? And then as soon as we see our time to shine, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say nothing too odd, I guess, in terms of a bird catching something. But once we have the ability to shine and we can grab the profit, again, we're going to get in something to like a 0 day, not a 5 day yet. And after that point, we'll see if we're going to wait for 100%, 500%. For now, my goal is 1,000%, of course. You got to shoot, for something that's a little bit larger than normal. And then you want to sell out right before it. Like, for instance, every single time I tell you my goal is like $100, expect me to sell it at 92 or 91, maybe even 89. Sometimes I do that. You always got to be careful, Always got to clean profit, everybody. All right, so let's check the SPY on the supply and demand zones here. Because, again, the supply and demand zones are one of our strongest sets of charts. They always explain weekly movement. And the reason why it explains weekly movement is just because of how it's made on the 15-minute. If anybody would like to start making these supply and demand zones, remember the YouTube video is free. You can go on my YouTube channel and watch the supply and demand zone video. Before you even think about it for a second. Would you rather have your charts completely full of different utensils and tools that explain what to do in any moment, give or take? And when I say any moment, I mean any moment. Earnings, news, events, whatever it would, be. But would you want to have an empty chart? Or would you want to have a chart that's completed with some layers of explanations, which can explain stuff to you and help you even when I'm not live or I'm doing something else or I'm looking at a different chart? And I'm sure the answer that you're going to say is yes. No, really. No duh. So if that's the case, make sure you guys watch these YouTube videos. Have some stuff on your screens because it's going to be the most important thing. I'm telling you, it's going to guide you throughout the whole process. And yeah, it's kind of like an extra helping hand, So you don't have to think so much and do so much all the time. It makes stuff a lot easier. Take, for example, if you bought a put in the middle of the purple you were up right there a couple of seconds ago. So it's nice to see that, again, both ideas are still working. Maybe the fourth one's going to work. Actually, is that no? That's the first, second. The third idea was you fall down below the 200, and then you run up back to the purple, and then you fall down. And I guess to be fair, every idea has two different directions. So if you go above the purple to go along with the third idea in terms of upside, because of course you're showing that you want to actually continue going up higher. The second you get to, you could say 646, 50, 647, we're going to start looking for downside right up here, so that you could fall down and hold on the purple. So pretty much this is the upside idea. You hold on the purple and then you potentially go up higher. We're going to get puts up here somewhere, or vice versa. You fall down. We let it fall down to here, which is like halfway point, as you could tell, 650, 59. And then we bounce up to the purple again. Maybe go back to the top. Who knows, right? Confuse everybody. And then right back down to either the quarter point or maybe the yellow again. So there's various ways that you could go about trending here. In fact, I have the other groups of paths hidden right now. But I think it's time for us to have a live stream where we create the paths to teach you how to trade this. Because like, for instance, let me show you guys something real quick. I'll delete it as well right after this. In terms of where the market can go, everybody sees how on my screen there's a 1/4 point right here, right? So if you look at that 1/4 point, watch this. This is what the market could do. It could hit that 1/4 point and run back up to the purple, right? Let's put this to the side. Or what's going to happen is it's going to hit the purple and then it's going to fall down to the midpoint. Are you catching the pattern yet? And this time you just wanted to hit the purple anywhere. Probably towards the bottom though. Let's keep going with the pattern. If you continue this pattern, of course that would mean that if the market falls down to the quarter point, which is right about here, this is where the market could stop in terms of it falling down, and then you can have a rapid retracement back to the midpoint, quarter point, or the purple. But for now, for the sake of it being the same pattern, we're just going to draw these locations going to the same spot. So let me fix this real quick so it's actually all even. There you go. That's pretty even right there. That looks pretty good. So now what you have to do is you have to draw the next set of trends. The next set of trends is you hit the quarter point, midpoint, quarter point, and then you hit the purple. The last set is going to be so this is basically how a market trends. If it's a really like tight consolidation and the markets are really slow, you tend to do something like this where you'll fall down, you hit the quarter point back to the purple. Like for instance, look at yesterday. You ran up, you hit the quarter point back to the yellow. You ran up, you hit the midpoint back to the yellow. You ran up, you hit the quarter point, and then you tanked out the sky, but you held near the midpoint and then ran back up to the top. Where today, when you fell down here, look how close to the quarter point that was. So whenever you usually open up by a quarter point, you could fall down to the next quarter point, which is about right here, 641. I've seen it happen so many times. For instance, if you open up at the midpoint, like 640 here, if that was where you opened up, my first idea would have been for us to run up to here, which is 646, or straight down to here, which is 640.57. So that would have been about $4 up or down, potentially, like somewhere around that. So again, you hit the yellow, then you hit the purple. So that's just one formula, like one formula that the market has. In terms of drawing the next formula, it would look something like this here. This is where it gets crazy. So you would hit the quarter point, hit the purple. You would hit the midpoint, hit the quarter point, and then from this quarter point, right? Let me see. Hit the quarter point, which is right there. Hit the midpoint. You would hit the quarter point, and potentially now you would fall down from this point straight back down to this quarter point. So then your lines would turn to something like this. Then you could hit the midpoint. and you can go back down here. So let's make the lines the same colors. We'll make that one orange. So the same line that takes you to the midpoint and takes you back to the quarter point could be the same reason why you don't go back up to the purple. So there's been some times where I got calls down here, and the one time that the market goes against me, which was exactly the main reason why I just drew that right there first. This is the only way that the market is going to go against us in an hour or two whenever we buy our calls down here. Is that if we buy the calls down here at the 200, it runs above it and then wants to fall to the yellow again. Sometimes it does do that. It's annoying. It really is. That's why I don't average down at the quarter point ever, unless that's the first time I'm buying. I usually just wait for it to hit the yellow or a little bit beneath the yellow, and then I'll start averaging down on my contracts, like right down here. Especially if I buy at the midpoint, you kind of want to pull it, way down. You're not trying to get your contracts to be very expensive, and then now you got to average down for a crazy price with a couple contracts. It's just the easiest way to rip through all your capital. So you want cheap contracts all the time so that you can manage it much easier. I'm sure you also understand that by the same time of you falling down to the midpoint, right? Or falling through it and hitting this quarter point and then hitting this midpoint, you can also hit the midpoint. And the same time you hit that midpoint, you can go right back up to the top. But I guess we don't need to draw that again. I guess the only thing I want to have drawn is how can it go against us, because now you can clearly see this is the route that I'm choosing. I'm not just randomly telling you guys, buy here, sell here, do this. It's like a corrected, it's like literally, there's only one way that this market could trend, and these are the paths that it follows. So once I see it following one of these paths, even though I don't have them drawn all the time, you can clearly see how to follow it. Because if you see it getting, very weak around the 1/4 point after you just fell down to it, kind of like how it was in the morning, it didn't just fall beneath it. It pretty much held above it. So when you see something like that, it kind of depicts, all right, momentum is not shifting that fast. Instantly, the brain, like the computer in your brain should be like, all right, this is a buying point. Because it's supposed to tank. It's supposed to flash crash. So you wait for it to crash a little bit, and then you would jump into the puts with it. But in terms of it being at that low point, because you fell down pre-market, whenever news does that, I've seen that happen so many times, it's not even funny. Like, for instance, I'll tell people, I'll be like, all right, if the market would have opened up at the high, I would have had everybody buy puts, 100%. That's the first idea we would have stated, not saying the calls to run up to the purple and then puts. But since you fell down, it kind of gave you an easy entry into the calls, which is normally what the market does every single time news shuts it down like that. At least that's what's happened to me, and that's what I've noticed trading the SPY the last 4 or 5 years. Actually, 3.5, not 4, yeah, or 5. It's 3.5. What is 2021? What year is this? 2025. Technically 4.5 now. It's almost 5 years, actually. That's crazy. What in the world? Oh my god. Isn't that crazy? It's almost been 5 years. We started in 2020, towards the end. No, actually, that wouldn't be 5 years. That would be 1 year. 2021, then 2, then 3, then 4. Oh no, that is about to be 5 years. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. All right, anyways. Let's go back to the supply and demand zones. Actually, the reversal points. I want to see that screen first. Also, I fixed up this chart for everybody, just in case you guys wanted to take a picture. These are all the levels that SPY can hit, up and down, from 619 all the way up to 670. And then I have the 1/16 points and actually the 132 points. I forgot to fix these. Let me see this real quick. Let me fix this. This is how you fix them all real quick. Watch this. So you don't have to do it all by hand. There you go. I just saved it as a template. So I fixed one of them. I make it look real nice, whatever color I want, whatever colorway. And then I'll save it as a template by double clicking it. And right here, there's a template button on TradingView. And as you can see, these are all my templates. And then you just select them all, just like how I did. Click template, and then it could basically go on top of all of them at the same time. That's how you could go about, charting really quickly as well. Because in theory, you could literally just save this as a template, and then whenever you finish with your Tesla chart or Microsoft chart or whatever name you want to do, you could just select all of them and put them all as the same color, Tesla's dropping out the sky. There we go, doctor. This is amazing. So the next thing we want to do here, let's check Tesla real quick. Let me check my position. So we still need to fall a little bit more. We need to crack beneath 349. Once we crack beneath 349, we should fall down straight to 336 on Tesla. 336 is the main goal on Tesla right now. 336, everybody. On Moomoo, let's go check Moomoo. By the way, anybody here heard me yesterday? I don't know if you guys heard me or the day before, but we're buying Snapchat calls 500 days out. We already bought them. We have currently 11 options right now, and we're going to buy a lot more. So if you guys want to start buying this is at probably one of the lowest prices it's ever been. We were buying it pretty much right here when you were making a new low, like right here the same day. And in terms of what you're looking for, because again, we got to be realistic here. What are we looking for and why are we buying this? Real quick. It's because they're making these AR glasses. And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the glasses industry, but it seems like it's getting a little bit more attention than the VR industry, which means you just might get a little bit more money getting poured into it, especially if a name like Snapchat is doing it, especially if you could use the glasses for different types of things. So we still got to research what it is and what you could do with it. But in terms of the idea and the concept, as well as in terms of where the stock price is, you basically erased everything. You literally erased 99% of all value. So I'm thinking this is going to be a fantastic area just for us to buy a couple shares, buy a couple options, 500 days out. We bought some for 30 days out. Actually, not 30 days out, 144 days out. And those are $10 strikes, which is just a retracement back to the previous high. So if we could run to 11, we're going to sell this stuff for January of next year, whenever it doesn't. And then if we could run to 24, we could sell the stuff that we have for 500 days out. If you have options, I would hold it until 24 or $40. Remember, the midpoint is at $40. That's the craziest part. This is definitely one of the most oversold stocks that, we bought into. So I'm not trying to convince you. We still got to do some research. That's the first thing I need to tell you, of course. Definitely need to get my hands on some more information. But for now, as is, this is a pretty decent buy right now. Pretty decent buy. If you want to wait on it for more information until I'm more certain, just give me like another week and we should be done with that. Even if it runs up a little bit, you'll have enough time. So let's look at Moomoo because these options are going up again. They were up 160%, and then they fell down to 94%. And I think right now we're up 100 and something percent again. So as you can see, everybody, oh my God, you literally did what I wanted you to do. Wait a second. Shit. We should have looked at it. It's all good. We'll make it work. These options were at $70. Oh my goodness. That means we were up. How much is that? We were up almost 300% right there. Almost 300%, everybody. We're still going to hold it. I'm thinking you might get another opportunity for this. You did hit a key support, though. So you hit a key support. You're at the 1/4 point. You almost touched the 1/8 point, which is right down here. All we're going to wait for is you to crash right back down below and potentially make us go in the money. So we're just still going to hold it. If you would like to sell out for 100%, you're more than welcome to. We're going to post it on the Discord and notify everybody right now. But we're still going to hold it. I'm still going to hold it. I want to see if this is going to go up 1,000%. Because if this falls into my level, again, we bought at the top perfectly. If this falls straight into this level, we're going to be up 1,000%. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take this really slow. That's also the midpoint, by the way. The midpoint that you just fell down to was 179.80. Alrighty. So let's see what else we could do here. What is the next game plan? What is the next game plan? Unity. Let's go take a look at SPY now. There we go. SPY's at the top of the purple. Let's look at the puts now. $641 puts are now $28. It's not bad. Not bad prices at all, everybody. They're not amazing. Let's make sure you understand that. They're not amazing, but they're not bad at all. Not bad at all, actually. Yeah, this is pretty good. If Moomoo falls right back down, we're just going to buy more options a couple of days out. We're going to try to see if we can get another 10-day option. But again, we're just going to have to wait for it to run right back up to the highs. In terms of highs, remember, that's like 190s, 200s. That's what you're waiting for in order to buy a bigger put. It's crazy how we perfectly timed that, though. Because again, you had multiple levels where you could have fell from. So our level was just one of 3 levels that the market could have made you fall from. It was either going to be this level, it was going to be 204, or it was going to be right up here, which is 211. It just so happens to be the level that we chose. Which is amazing because we only put in the cheap option, which ended up going to around $70, $80 each, right? Let's check Intel here. I think we're done talking about Moomoo for now. You already know what to play next on Moomoo whenever it happens. You know that we're still holding for a bigger drop here. Options went up 300 to 500% right there. Actually, no, I think it was only like 200 to 300 probably. I don't think it was 500. For Intel, we're still waiting for these options. The last time we bought something was down here. It was some calls to play right back up. And then for puts, we played the puts over here. And then we played the calls down here running into the puts, right? The options for Moomoo are definitely insane. That's 100% Cody. They're a little ridiculous when you really look at it. All right, everybody. So remember, the next thing we're going to do here is we're waiting for the market to choose a direction. You're at reversal point 1.5. If you continue to run up here, you're going to fill the rest of the gap, which you pretty much already filled now. I think that's the rest of it. So let's see if it's just going to hit number 2 on the reversal points, which is 646. After we get that touch of 646, we'll see if we can enter into these put side. Okay. So we're going to allow these options to trend here. Let me see. Again, we're giving SPY just a second, allowing it to go up a little bit higher. Can you guys see the screen? Let me know if you guys are having problems with the screen. Sometimes that might be the causation of you not being able to kind of like see the video. Usually that's the reason why. All right, SPY just hit number 2 on the reversal points. The 632 contracts are now $30, just like we talked about. Again, these contracts were $50 a couple minutes ago. We were waiting for these to go down to maybe like 20, 24. In terms of the calls, those $9 calls that we were looking at in the morning, they're at 17 right now. So you're basically only up 100% for a move like this, which is absolutely terrible, ladies and gentlemen. So the price action right now is not that good. When we get into our contracts, we kind of want to have the move occur right away, especially if it's a scalp play, which is just like the morning moves. But as you could tell, the only scalp play you really had was just the calls to the purple. You slipped. I used to hear people talking about them. I have no idea what that is. Like a band or something? Listen, if SPY could keep going here and we could touch number 3, you could touch 646, let's just say. This is going to be absolutely amazing. Because you're either going to start running up above 647, going into number 5 and 8 on the reversal points, or you're just going to deflect from this area and fall at the sky here. So if you could just run up a little bit more, this will be our perfect put entry. This is like your A+ setup every single day. The only problem is just it doesn't happen every single day. That's the only problem. Like yesterday, for example, you finally touched number 4 and 5 to the end of the day, which usually would have been your perfect put play for the next day. So let's say you bought a put right here at 645 for like a 644 option. As you can all see, I mean, it depends. You probably wouldn't have been that profitable. You might have only been up like 20% actually in terms of a put. If we're looking at it like that from like the closing price, right? But yeah, it's not bad at all. Not bad at all, everybody. So again, you're almost at the area where we could buy a put. You just need to run up a little bit more. You are hitting a wedge though. That little wedge that we made from the tops. You are hitting that area, yeah. Let's see. I want to see if this is going to break above. Intel. Hopefully Intel could fall down a little bit more. SMCI needs to fall down a little bit more. Let's check MU. MU is not done. We got to fix this chart. Dell. Is Dell done? It's not done. Got to fix that one as well. I think Qualcomm is done. Done. So yeah, we were saying we wanted to see another additional drop here. Take you right back down to this layer. Looks like you're starting a nice uptrend though. Sometimes you got to wait for lows to happen in order for you to actually see how the uptrend is even starting in the first place. But once you get that uptrend and you have that line, look at how easy it is. All you got to do is trace that with the tool. Just like that. And now you can see exactly how the market's progressing and at what speed. So let's say if a couple days ago you were able to be at the top side. If you can't be up there no more, this just simply means right here, like this couple days here, we're just slowing down, you know? So from June to now, this has basically just been tilting. Which means if you're tilting, I could definitely see you go down to somewhere down here, yeah. Maybe down here, maybe somewhere over here. We're not going to play puts on this though. You have snow. First, you pretty much hit the first out, and then you fell out the sky, and you're almost by your first entry. But then you're holding that 200. The last out on the snow is going to be at 340s. So we're still waiting for that. TSM. That's not done. AVGO, that's not done. ASML, got to fix that. And UMC. All right, let's check some more companies here. SOS. I got to finish that one. Riot. Riot's for some reason running up right now. What in the world? Which means, is Mirror running? Yeah, so look at this. After you hit the low that I wanted you to hit, which was $10, you pretty much just catapulted up into 20. So if you could fall right back down to here, $5 or $10 again, I think this would be perfect for the crypto stocks. Yeah, all the crypto miners are just running right now. This is crazy. I wonder why they're running right now. Such an inverse effect. Maybe something happened in terms of legality, right? Some type of bill or something. Coinbase, this is one of my favorite trades right here. The fact that you fell from that peak right back down to here was insane. If this could just run up a little bit more to 360, we'll buy back into the puts for us to fall like right back down to like 200. And then the same thing with MSTR. This chart is not done though. All right, what other names did I want to look at with you guys? The other names were the Chinese companies are doing pretty well. The EV companies. So if these could fall right back down to maybe like 15 on XPEV, that would be an insane long. Optura. This is the car company that has the solar panels on top of it's like a car that has 3 wheels. You have 2 wheels in the front that stick out and then 1 wheel in the back. I have no idea what you call it. What is that, like a tricycle? So this company here is pretty good. It's a pretty good company, honestly. A lot of people are ordering their cars. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe this could fall right back down to here, 58. And then we could play for 98. Still has some good value to it. And then BYD is pretty much just in the sky right now. You're just soaring to new highs. If you continue to get above 87, this thing is going to run to like 109, 110. But if you fall here, look at that midpoint, $45. That's the main goal right now. Blade, which is flying cars. I got to fix these charts. I think the only one I have done is probably Joby. Yeah, Joby's the only one I have done. Which you started tanking out the sky from it after you made a new high, which was kind of funny because this is exactly how we're trying to play Mumu right now. So for Mumu, we're playing it the same way, everybody. We're basically trying to time this thing hitting a top using the last high, which was over here. And you just hit one of the areas that you could fall from, which is a little bit before it. Next area is going to be on it. Last area is going to be a little bit above it. After you get above it, that's how you play new highs. Same thing with Palantir, right? Palantir makes new highs like every other week. So for now, in order for you to, continue to play it logically, let me actually show you the... Wait, I forgot about PayPal. Wait a second. Yeah, I didn't even realize you fell this low. That's insane. So PayPal is still in the buying zone right now. You see how it's hitting that green line? That's basically a buying zone. So we could buy PayPal for this to run up into 84, if not somewhere at 76, 74. Let me check these contracts real quick. PYPL. Calls for 76. Let's just say 142 days out. $300. A lot of open interest. How about November? Not really. How about December? Oh my goodness. 20,000. Someone's playing for 72. Let me see when he started buying. $2,000 right here. So he started buying this on July 29th. He bought it for $450 at first. And then right here, I'm guessing he averaged into it. He bought another, like the same amount of volume. Probably cost a little bit cheaper, of course, for a cheaper price when it was at like 340. So he paid for it when it was at, how much is this again? Oh no, he bought it when it was at $600. Oh my god. Oh my god. So he bought it when it was at $600, and then he bought it again when it was at 300. And then right now you're pretty much in the middle. They're probably looking for she, whoever it is, whatever company, whatever whale. But they're probably looking for this to potentially double, honestly. So that's going to be the main option right there. That's for December. It's 144 days out. It's literally 2 strikes out. So within, let's just say PayPal moves up $5 right here. If PayPal moves up $5 right now, their position size is going to double. Think about that. That's crazy. If it just moves up $3, their whole entire account is going to double. So let's look at some more open interest. And then you have another 20,000 at 87. Are they literally playing the last high? I think they are. It looks like they're just playing for this area over here. 87 is actually at this area here. Oh, so they're playing for these highs. So somebody's playing for this to run up to 72, which is most likely for those highs over there. Which means they're probably not going to sell this until you run up to here, which is 114 days out. And just in case, I'm assuming if it runs up higher, their position is covered for them to run up to here. That's basically how you would play this. So let's say you see a stock price like right here at this price. Your first goal is you look at the left and you look at the previous price action. You want to get below it or above it. That's basically one entry. And then you got to look at the next hill, which is that one right there. And then this one right here. That's why this one basically stops right here. It's because it's near this high. This one right here, you could basically say it does the same thing. You see how it doesn't hit near these highs here? It just drops right below a high. It was just a little bit more, larger than normal, I would say. That's a little ridiculous for a PayPal drop right there a couple days ago. So this could yield some really good profit here, everybody. Even if you use the drop that you just fell from to the low, and you look at the midpoint, that midpoint's at $73. So that's also probably why they're playing that area, is because by the time it hits the midpoint, they're going to be in the money. So just in case it starts looking bad, they might just start selling some. Because they started buying it right here, basically. I could actually visually show you on the chart. That was the first day that they bought, was right here. And then the next time they bought was basically, I think, right here. Yep. Right around there. So they bought around the bottom. They bought around the top. Their position average is now going to be right here. So like right around here. Which is kind of funny because you held there. And now you're right back up. So they're going to be profitable right now. As long as they averaged in correctly. Meaning if they bought 20,000 shares over here. That's why they probably bought that amount of shares. I think they paid like 5,000 each. You could see like a bunch of orders for like 5,000, 4,900, 4,800. So, and by the way, you could check this for yourself right now. If you go to the Moomoo app or go to Webull, look for the option that I'm referring to, which is 114 days out. Look for the options that have, close to 20,000 volume in terms of, not volume, but open interest. And then go into the history and look at the volume. And look at the volume spikes. That's where you can see basically where everybody's buying. And since this is the largest order that I've seen on the whole entire board, I'm assuming this is the causation of that volume. Because it's going to show you multiple, meanings for just one volume stick. It's like the whole entire options board pretty much. But not really the whole entire options board, I would say. Because it's that one option, right? But buying and selling volume is what I was referring to. Sometimes you just see volume and you can't tell which one's buying and which one's selling, At least not until, a day passes and you see obviously the open interest drop a little bit. Of course, at that point, then you could tell. So again, SPY ran a little bit above number 2. You filled all the gaps. You're very close to the new high. In fact, on the weekly boxes right now, you're at an insane area right now. This is wild. Let me see. Which chart do I want to show? I want to show you this one here. Actually, I want to show you this one. I think so. Yeah. Look at this. Look at yesterday's 132 points. You hit the bottom of it and you're stuck on it right now, which is 646.14. Let me look at the puts. $646.14. The 642 puts that we were talking about, they're getting really cheap. The next chart I want to check is this chart right there. Actually, this chart. On the weekly diagonal lines, ladies and gentlemen, if you get above 646.50, you're going to see a potential run into a new high. If you get above 646.52, so you're very close to that level, you could potentially swing all the way up to 649 here. And then on the horizontal chart, the one we fixed up today and yesterday, this one right here, this shows you pretty much all your miniature levels for SPY. And then I'm going to show you the futures market next. 646.14, yeah, you're pretty much stuck at that level still. So the next target is 646.98. Once we get above that, just so everybody can understand, that's a reset point. When you're at a reset point, that's when a big move can occur. So you're very close to a point where something explosive can happen. Meaning just like a straight elevator to the top is what can happen all day here. Or you could just fall out the sky. Pick your poison, everybody. Pick your poison. Make a decision. Come up with an idea. And I'll tell you what my idea is as soon as it's time for it. Other than that, the one thing you want to watch out for is 647. We've been waiting for this level since Friday, pretty much. I'm personally, the first thing I'm going to do as soon as you hit that level, we're going to get a 642 put, and we're going to try to see if the market's going to get shut down from 646 straight down to 645. If you go anywhere lower than that, you're going to drop out the sky and potentially hit 641, if not 639. And the reason why I know that is because if we take you to this chart here, so have a look, everybody. If you take a look at just this one area right here, right? Currently, you see how there's a dotted line like in the middle right here? I'm going to make that line a little bit bigger just so you could tell. So that's like the middle line. Then you have a quarter point, then a quarter point. And the only thing is, you know, it's kind of diagonal. So it's not horizontal. Kind of like how you have these boxes where you have quarter points, right? 1/8 points. These are a little bit smaller. It's a little bit easier to break these apart, but you know what you could do, right? This is something that I wanted to show you guys. This is the most helpful part about charting, is once you realize it works one way, if I go here and go like this, guess what I have now? A perfect picture in terms of what this market could do on the diagonal time field. So we haven't made a video on this, which is why I haven't did it yet. I just wanted to show you guys right now, because we could just do it right now. It's a perfect time for it, honestly. And even when you run up here, I want you to pay attention to my arrows. A lot of these arrows, they're made with the intention of these quarter points, as you could tell. Doesn't hit the bottom, doesn't hit the top, but it's for sure hitting that quarter point, and for sure hitting that quarter point, while it's hitting the bigger midpoint. So this is how you could turn your diagonal point of perspective just into even more points, so you could deal with just random movement, and then you can correlate it with different charts. So for example, like this chart here, the supply and demand zone chart. I know it looks a little crazy. I think I'm going to take off these EMAs. I think I'm going to leave this text off the screen. That's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to click all these, unlock them, move them. I'm just going to take this off my screen. This thing is annoying me. I'm not going to lie to you. It's way too much text. All very important information. We condensed it perfectly so it could fit here. It's just for now, because we need to actually use this chart. There we go. Now we have some breathing room. Feels like I could stretch my legs out. I know you guys felt like that too. Elijah, you said you're going to continue to run up if we close above that swing high. I'm not too sure what a swing high is, but yeah, if you could explain it to me, then I can kind of see how it correlates with the stuff we use here. And then boom. So let's see here. You fall below this high. That's fixed 646.01. You touched on the quarter point. You hit this quarter point. You ran above this midpoint. You gapped up. You still have the potential opportunity to fall to here on the diagonal field, which is also this quarter point. And then on this perspective, you hit the bottom, hit the quarter point, top, quarter point. That's kind of the same thing you did on the other one, right? Yeah, you kind of did the same exact. You had the same issue on both of them. That issue is, this is the target. Right here. So on both perspectives, you are mainly looking for, because even here, you look at this here, right? You gapped up from line to line, meaning from this line to this line, you're definitely going to consolidate a little bit as you fall. That's for sure. By the way, I don't know if you guys have ever heard me say that before. I should also write, maybe I should have that on the screen. Let me write a little note. All right, how should we start this? Let me see. I want to condense it. Make it really small. I think that's the most simplest way I can explain this. Look for previous points of consolidation. Does that make sense, everybody? So now let me actually explain and show you what I mean visually. So we're going to take you on to one of my charts that I know is empty, which is the chart we used for last week's Saturday class. By the way, if you guys want to do extra charting on the weekends, always make sure that I think I'm live on YouTube pretty much as well, whenever I do the charting. So make sure you join up on Saturdays. We do it for like 12 hours, 10 hours. So whenever you're free. So let's see. Can I explain this example like this? I'm pretty sure I can right here. Or should we go further? let's go further. Actually, because it's gonna relate to the most previous price action, let's use this right here. Okay, so you see how I just made this box right here? As long as it doesn't, okay, never mind. It hits this box. I'll use a different point. Okay, so remember how I taught you guys how to use the weekly boxes? What you guys didn't realize was the same time I taught you how to use weekly boxes, I also taught you another trading style. This other trading style is very important. It goes hand in hand with King's Point. You see how I just made a zone like this? Instantly from this zone, it tells me the King's Point is right here. You have not had that much price action on top or below. But then we got to look left, right? And the first realization you're going to have is we did have price action. You had price action right around here. So if you make a box down here as well, and again, you pull this box to the right, this box right here basically will cancel out you being able to buy down here, because now you will have a potential opportunity to buy down here instead. So these two boxes right here, being this close to each other, allow you to actually not need to get into any of these trades here, which are going to yield some bad, profit. Futsu open market high. There we go. Let's take a look at it in a second here. We'll see if we can enter into any more plays. And then what else can we do here? I think that's all we're waiting for. So if you look at this bit of consolidation right here, the first thing you're going to start to notice is, again, if you take this consolidation and take it to the right, in order for you to get a really good entry, you want to buy towards the bottom of this whole entire area. That's your best entry. So yeah, same thing with these highs as well. You grab a bottom, you grab a high, and again, these entries basically tell you where to buy. So right here, in order for us to buy calls, we need to buy calls at 630, 629. That's what this tells me right here. So since that's the case, everybody, 630, 629, this is going to be your next buying point, which is 616. And then, of course, your next one after that, it's going to be like 607, 605. That's pretty much it for the SPY. That's the only time you should be getting some bigger contracts. Now, in terms of downside, of course, you look at the previous high right above it, which is what we're waiting for right now. And then, of course, the 1/4 point. So this is what we're waiting for in terms of downside on SPY, if you're trying to trade it. You want to go right next to this midpoint, which we're kind of literally right in that area. But because we opened up so close to it, I kind of want to see it, just touch it and see what it does. See if it gets above it. If it does, we're just going to continue to play the calls going up higher. If it doesn't, we'll continue to play the puts going back down. PayPal we went over. Let's look at Moomoo again. On the 5-minute. So for Moomoo, again, everybody, we were up 300% in the morning. We saw it up around 150, 140. We're still holding it. I want to see if this is going to get sold right back off to potentially 179 again. And then we'll see what the price is. We'll see if it's still up around 200, 300%. We'll put our stop loss on at that point. And then we'll see if it's going to fall a little bit lower to 170. I think it might just do the rest of the move tomorrow. Because it looks like you just finished half of this move here. So if you finish most of that move there, the only thing we need to do now is pretty much, because you have no gaps here. Yeah, you pretty much just filled this whole entire gap right back up. You've started this gap at the open. You have a gap right there, but you already filled that. Technically, you're filling it now as well. you do have a gap going down now. So you might fill this gap going right back up to 190. I could definitely see that happening. And then we continue to fall down lower potentially. Because remember, this thing has been running up for months. So when it starts to fall, you're going to get some really big peaks. So this should be able to actually fall down and crater down a little bit lower. Because then the price action is just going to make you run right back up again to like 170. So the lower you go, the more you can have in terms of a retracement back up on the short term. If you just go down a little bit, that's just going to make the long term take more time to go up, if that makes sense. Because this is not a bad drop, don't get that wrong. But at the same time, you want something much bigger in order for you to go up much, much higher. It's like equal reaction, right? Let's take a look at SPY now. Let's go to a simpler chart here. Not too much stuff going on. So yeah, you're almost at that put level. And then for the consolidation zones, you are at, let's go to the 5-minute. You're almost at the area where we want to buy puts. You're kind of falling down right beneath the area that I wanted to buy puts at. So again, we're looking for a better put play. We could probably get calls here though, right on top of the purple. It's not a terrible idea at all. Let's see. SPY. Calls. These went from 8 to 24, and then right now they fell down to, then they fell down to 9. That was today though. Yeah, that was yesterday. So no. We got to use today. It's not fair. There we go. So you were at 9, and you went to 24. It's the first time you've fallen down. It's basically like an equal reaction, you know? Because look at what you did in the morning. You fell out the purple, then ran back to the purple. Then look at what you did right now. You ran above the purple and fell back down to the purple. What these purple zones are basically areas where the market could get sold off at. So when you're trying to break above it, you usually follow the lines exactly how you're trying to do it right now. So this could be a classic breakout, and you might just start running to a new high now. I could definitely see that occurring. If we look at the reversal points, you just fell from you basically almost hit number 3 perfectly. And then you fell down to number 2 and 1.5. You still got to fall down to number 1 though. If you fall down to number 1, which is near the 200 moving average, as well as near the top of that orange line right there, this market's potentially going to start running up higher. However, if you just fall out the sky here, those 642 puts hit a low of $30. So they're still not $20 yet. Once we hit $20, we can start buying into it. Remember, we want to go really cheap. There's no need to use a lot of money now, because this is not a time for us to get a 5-day option, right? Trying to take a picture of this real quick. So we were up 437% on the Mumu call, or the Mumu put earlier. So that's not bad. Almost up 500%. What's the point of replying like that? That was so funny. That's just a funny comment I read. What the world? Alrighty. SPY is still at these highs. You held perfectly on top of the purple. Ran perfectly right back up right there. We'll see if the market's still going to run up a little bit higher and get shut down again. Again, you might just now run up to the sky. Let's check the other trades here. We're going to wait for Euro. For NVIDIA, I think somebody was asking questions about that. We posted the NVIDIA charts inside the Discord yesterday. Remember, we posted like around, I think, 20 to 30 stocks yesterday. Make sure you guys take a look at the Leap section so you can see where all the pictures are at. And again, we put it in the Leap section because I wanted to show you that most of these options that we're looking at, they're oversold, if not, you know, really good plays for the long term. So that's also another little added consequence or attribute, I guess, of us doing that, right? For Tesla, you already hit the area for the puts and then you fell right back down to the bottom. So now if Tesla decides to run up again, you're going to run up to 361. We're still holding the puts here because I want to see if this is going to fall right back down into, you could say like right here, 336, 335. At that point, we're just going to sell it for whatever it's worth, just due to the fact that we already averaged down here yesterday. So now we're just going to call it a day for now. We still have 2 more days. Today's Wednesday. We got Thursday and Friday. If you fall down to 336 today or 340 today, tomorrow you could fall right back down to the 320s. So potentially we're still in range of some really good profit here. We just got to wait for today to finish, and then we'll be able to know for tomorrow. So that's fun. Remember, NVIDIA, you're still waiting. You look exactly like how you looked over here, where you're trying to break onto the highs. This is why I told everybody here. I said, if you get anywhere near these highs here, SPY is most likely going to start breaking out. And then a couple days went by, and I was just like, all right, it looks like it's tilting down now. We ended up getting calls down here for $30 the same day. Those calls went up to 300. We sold out for around, I think it was 60, 70. And then we threw the profit right back into puts. But we took a loss on the puts because the market kept going up. But yeah, that was crazy because the first options, they ended up going like 1,000% there. So right now, NVIDIA looks like it's in a similar position. But I feel like you're just going to fall out the sky here. This is like a classic wedge, right? We still got to touch the bottom. But right now, this looks extremely bullish. Probably just had to wait for the earnings, which is in how long? What is it again? Oh yeah, his earnings was what, yesterday? Oh, it's today. Yeah, so in terms of NVIDIA, it's like at the perfect location for it to literally just fall out the sky and fall somewhere down here at like the 160s. Or this thing is just going to start rocketing to probably 196. And once it hits 196, as you could tell, this is going to be the area where I'm going to get some far outputs. December, 2 years out, 3 years out. And the goal is basically to try to play the puts from 190 right back down to the tops of these previous areas here. Let me show you, which is like right by the 150s. So you want to play like 190 to like 150. So we'll probably get like a 160 strike price once you hit 190 for like December. Probably cost around like 100 to like 1,000, somewhere around there. Not too sure. Last time I think the options cost around 400 for NVIDIA. So they're going to be a little pricey, but we're just going to buy 1 or 2. That's all we need to do because, again, 1 or 2 of those options that cost 300, we could just end up selling it for 1,600, 2,000. That's pretty much the game plan. So it's like turning, you know, $800 into $3,200, just like that, right? Let's look at this. This is the precision drilling. I'm starting to look into the oil companies as well a little bit more. Taking the gander back at Mumu, trying to see if we could run up a little bit higher here. We might be able to get more entries for the puts. As long as this doesn't start curving right now, which it looks like it's already curving. So we'll give it a second. We'll see if this is going to run up and fill the gap. If it does not, again, everybody, you're just going to fall down to 170. That's where we're going to start buying some calls here. If not, we might just wait for it to go a little bit lower. Remember, everybody, we have nothing in SPY right now. We're just allowing this contract to get a little bit cheaper. We're just waiting here, taking it very slow, letting the contracts just appreciate. We drew some ideas just so you could see before the market ran up above the purple. I wanted you all to tell that, you know, this is basically how you do it every time. So now that you all saw me draw this, you all could basically predict it the same way I did. If not, just let me know, and we'll run through some experiments here, and I'll show you more examples so that you can kind of burn this into your memory. But remember, you always pop up above the purple before you fall back down on top of it and go up higher, or you fall down through it. So this is a very consistent trend that we always see. And you might ask, how far can we run above it? I got you covered, ladies and gentlemen. First goal is going to be to the previous high. You could say like right here at 460, basically the high you hit right there. The next high we need to hit is going to be exactly where I just drew. That's the ultimate high to get puts from. Hopefully it falls back into the purple after that. So again, my eyes are peeled, everybody. Get your finger on the buy button. Finger on the buy button, everybody. You ready? Just a little higher. Let me check the reversal chart number 2. You're almost at number 3 as well, so this is perfect. Options for 642 are now $27. This is amazing. This is almost at the price we wanted. $642 puts are really far away now. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I kind of want a 644 now. I kind of want to wait for the 644s now. We might have to wait for it. We'll check some more plays to see if we can make some more capital somewhere else. I need to make a YouTube video for this. I think we should make a YouTube video for this today. Just before SPY starts making new highs, like how to start trading it. We could simply show you within like 5 minutes how you should always play new highs. Because there's always times where you should get puts just because. Regardless if they work, even if they end up unprofitable, what you're doing is you're buying insurance just in case the market falls from a certain specific, important point. And then above that important point, you could launch up to the next important point. So it's just layer by layer, module by module, piece by piece. It's always in parts. Okay, so I think right now, the one thing that we should do is let's go look at all the charts that we did last night while we wait for Momo and all these other companies. I still have to do about 60 more names here. Let's see. Okay, so I think we're good with SPY now. Actually, there's one chart I want to check. There's one chart. This chart right here. The second you touch that green line is over. I'm just letting everybody know. The second you touch that green line, actually I think you touched it already. Wait a second. This is from the 27th. Is that last month? Don't tell me that was from last month. Imagine I haven't updated that chart in a month. I think you did touch the green lines if I remember correctly. I think it just didn't update. Oh no, you didn't, not yet. So everybody, the second you get into these green lines, which is 658, if for whatever reason you get inside of, you know, this set of lines, it's going to take you right back to the orange and yellow. And if you get above these orange and yellow lines, you're going right back up to the red. This is what we basically used all year last year. So it was one of the funniest but simplest charts that I've ever made. You hit the green, calls. You hit the red, puts. On top of the orange, calls. Over here, puts. Below the orange, puts. But on the green, calls. So it always worked like that. Actually, I could just show you right now. Just keep looking at my chart. Watch this. You tell me how many times it hits it and bounces on it. And then you're going to be like, there's no way. Just let me go to the left a little bit more. Wait, this is on the 5 minute. Let me go to the 15. All right, everybody, ready for this? So when you fall out the sky in February, you were at the yellow line, right? You hit the bottom down here. You ran up to the sky. Remember when I was talking to Louis yesterday and I was explaining to you, Louis, and it took me like 30 minutes to explain the whole thing? But remember how I told him that I told everybody to buy calls like down here and down here? And even below the line when you fell right below it? This was the main reason why I told everybody to buy calls, was because you kept hitting this line so many times and bouncing on it. I mean, just look at it. And it's kind of funny because it's a diagonal line, so it kind of, like, think about it for a second. A market is always increasing and going diagonally to the right. If you can have a set of lines that have worked for a year straight, and they're still working for over a year, all you need to do is just play them the same way you played them before, a couple months ago. It's kind of like you're teleporting yourself to that time in history, and you're trading it the same way you would have traded it there. You're trading it here. And that's all we did here. And obviously, as you could tell, with this wedge line that we drew here, as soon as you hit the top and you hit this top, the next time we played puts, we got in before you even hit the line to average down at the line. And we basically sold out down here for 300%. This trade right here was 500%. This trade right here was my biggest trade I've ever had so far this year. And it was kind of funny because it's in January, but it was 5,000% on those 5 puts. And as you can see, my charts say puts around that time. That's what we were doing. If I go more to the left, right? You hit the bottom, run up to the middle. You hit the bottom, run up to the middle. You hit the middle, just run up to the top. You hit the top, middle, top. You hit the bottom perfectly. Literally wick on it perfectly. 568. The next day, you're at 589. That's $23. And you caught it with just this trading style. Look at where you were at before, at the top of a red. Before that, you're at the middle. Of course, you were at the bottom, you fell below it again. Every time you fall below it massively, you tend to just run into it with such insane speed. So, and I can keep going, right? Some of these lines, they go back to 1993. Some of them go back to 2003, 2008, 2009. This one specifically focuses on last year's lines, so 2024. So because it's the most recent lines, this is what the market wants to resume and want to continue. Because as long as it could get above these lines, that means now your trend and your speed is now faster and greater than 2024. But you need to pass it. All right, everybody. Let's go back to the other charts here. Is there anything else I need to show you real quick besides that? You're holding on this one that we created a couple days ago. The little triangle, like area stuff. We're thinking you could probably run up to the quarter point, just like how we trade with the parallel lines. So that quarter point is 648, which is right about here. So we'll get some puts at that point, and then we'll buy some puts up here. And then again, we'll buy puts up here for you to fall down on top of the yellow. In terms of calls, we'll play calls here. Just according to this trading style. We'll play calls if you hold here again. So if you hold at the open, if you run up to the high and then fall down to the open price and you hold, we could buy calls for you to run up higher. The only problem is the second you get below this line, you have to play puts straight down to the bottom down here. So yeah, that's basically how you would trade it. And then let's draw the lines, just so now you could see what my idea was, right? And then for the downside, it would be here, and then you would potentially run up, right, higher, and we could turn this green. And of course you have the red one, where it would be like this, double point of confirmation, straight right back down, and then down here, you could probably fall out, go against it, consolidate, and run back into it. I've seen this happen so many times, and then it'll fall out and tank out the sky. Whenever you're going to tank out the sky, you tend to not just do it. You tend to actually fall like a major amount, like $10, $14, and then you'll run up right back to those highs again. Kind of exactly like what SPY just did right here. And then you'll start falling out the sky. That's why I'm thinking the market's going to crash right now. It's because usually, whenever it does something like this, with like that dollar for dollar amount, I think it was literally $10 perfectly. Oh no, it was not. That was way more than $10. That was $13. So yeah, that's good enough for you to actually crash now. So the first thing I'm looking for here, I would say, is if you get below this yellow box, it's over. 100 million% everybody. If you get below this yellow box, for whatever reason, you might be able to hold here, just like how I've drawn it. And just like how there's a backup call area right here. Just, you know, but you already kind of bought that when we held down here. So if you buy it again, it's not going to move as well as it would have. It's not going to work as well as it would have worked the first time, just due to the fact that we already had an opportunity to do it here, and of course down here. But yes, you might get another opportunity. If you get below this white line, let's just say 636, which is kind of funny. That's the point that I told everybody we were going to buy calls again. But yes, if you get below that point, that's it. The market's over. You're probably going to start crashing. You could hold at 620s, yes, but you already hit 620, you hit 619. Look at how many times you hit these levels. You hit the 640s, you consolidated at the 630s. You might hit the 630s and hold again. That's what could potentially happen here. But if you go through this, I think it's over. I think you're going to start falling down to 613. And below that, you're falling straight down to 590, then 550. That's what I'm looking for right now. If you hold, though, and you get above the yellow box, you're just going to run up to 660, 670, and you're probably going to crash from here. That's why I have this here, because we're going to start buying some 6-month outputs at this point, 656. And then right up here again at 690, we're going to get into the 1-year puts, 50 to 60 strikes out, $250. And then I think we have another one here. Let me see. Actually, no, that's the last one. We'll probably have to add some. Because at 740, that's the last area where I'm thinking the market's going to hit before it wants to crash. No matter what type of stuff the government pumps this market with, that's max. Like, that's the peak. So now that we know what the peak is, we know the middle is going to be around 690 to like 700, which means the quarter point is right next to where we're at. You know, the 660s, 640s. So there's a lot of want for you to just, you know, zip right back up to the top here. Like, this is most likely going to have a lot of gap ups here. That's why I told everybody last night, you could start gapping up soon. It might actually be tonight, who knows? Because usually you would do that. You get on top of the previous weekly box, which let me show you guys the weekly box again. If you look at this box right here, like this right here, right? Simple box. Let me actually delete this at the bottom so you can see it better. And with this box, what you're looking for is a run up into this high here, which is 654. But more specifically, what you're really looking for is a touch of that top part. So if you can hit 647, the next thing we want to do is instantly play puts 5 days out. The second you hit this line, we didn't buy into the 8-day calls either, by the way. I hope everybody remembers that. We still have not bought right back into the calls at all. So right now we have no insurance on the board, which is why we're taking this a little slower until we get some more insurance just on the board, just so we're recovered, right? So like, let's just say if I think the market's going to go up higher, what we do is we wait for it to break out. It's then going to fall back down on the previous highs, right? And then after it falls down on the previous highs, you hold, and then you potentially just buy. You go very light at first. As long as you see a holding and not getting below that line, getting low below that support level, continue to play for a newer high. Just watch out with the previous highs. Copy the boxes on top, just like how I did. So I could basically see if there's something in between the market might want to do. Like for example, if I copy the 1/8 box like this, the second the market gets above a previous high, I'm looking for it to run to the 1/8 point, which is basically 650.56. So since you opened up above a 1/8 point, you might almost hit this 1/8 point. That would kind of be like an equal reaction, right? Which is another $3 of upside. So you might just start flying here. You might really start flying here. This is perfect. It follows along with the weekly idea we had. So we're just going to continue to follow it. We're going to wait for the next bus stop. The bus stops are what I like to use as an idea for how we enter our positions, right? You know, the bus sometimes leaves the station and you get there a little too late. Sometimes you get there a little too early and you're just waiting for the bus. I would say you want that to be your problem, honestly. But just remember, there's always multiple entries, multiple times. We just have to wait, be patient. And that's it. It'll be there sooner or later. Yesterday, remember, we waited the whole entire day. And within 5-10 minutes, we had an insane call play that went up 700%. It just started shooting towards the sky. Which means, of course, at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you could start buying your entries for the close, just in case there's a crazy move. But just make sure you only put in a little bit amount of capital. And make sure that the strike price you're choosing is a strike price that's basically on my screen here. From the reversal points or from these supply and demand zones. Yeah, you're just getting closer and closer towards the area that I wanted you to fall from. You keep falling below it, so I don't whenever you do this, I tend to not like to buy there at all now. I'm probably gonna wait for it to now hold and buy somewhere higher, just so I don't have to have a random loss. And again, this is just due to the fact that you're in new highs until I see you break out and go up to new highs. We're not thinking you're going to hold. We're thinking you might just fall out the sky. In terms of the puts we're going to buy, right? Once we hit that line. Because you just got to automatically get insurance just to be safe. The puts that we're looking at are... Let me see. So yeah, I'm looking at some 636 puts. So again, we're gonna automatically buy these puts. You could buy it now if you would like, and then just buy it again at like $20 if it keeps falling. That's an option. What we could do here is let me actually take a picture early. Let me tell you guys what prices you want to buy this between. I'll tell you what the deal with this one is, which is basically we might have to lose profit on this, so we might lose $50 with this. That's the first thing everybody here should know. This is not to make money. This is to basically play the market in a way where it basically can never one-up you, because you're playing at a perfect area for puts, but at the same time, we're going to focus on the calls. So we're just going to buy this put just in case a random drop occurs, because this is exactly where it would occur. And at the same time, we're just going to focus on the calls on top of that line. So every time you hit the top of it, after you get above it and you fall down on top of it, we're just going to buy 0-day calls and keep playing it like a ping pong, you know, back and forth, back and forth. The one thing you have to understand is once you get above that line, though, pretty much even right here where you're at, the supply and demand zones no longer are going to work. So now we need to wait for the supply and demand zones to have more data, which actually, before I even say something, let me see. Please tell me you made a new zone today. You did not make a new zone today, everybody. So let me see last time. Let me make sure you didn't make a new zone last time. Actually, you did make a new zone last time. I forgot to add this one. I'm happy I just checked that. Yeah, so you made a zone right here, everybody. Look at this. On the 15 minute, make sure you select the 15 minute. You have a green zone right here. And then it's followed by 1, 2, 3 reds. That's currently the zone that you're stuck in. No wonder. Look at this. You're stuck in it right now. So this one would technically be orange. No wonder. So that's one of them done. That's so crazy. Wow. If I had this done, I would have probably had everybody get into those puts at that point, because that's really close to the top of the box. That's basically a clear path in terms of this trading style, because remember, we're specifically trying to use this trading style. When you see me use the other trading styles and they're on the screen, I want to show everybody that we have multiple trading styles. They all work in their own ways. It's just a progression system. Some of them work a little bit more efficient than others, like the weekly boxes and reversal points. This one right here honestly works better for the weekly ideas. So like in terms of maintaining trends and holding trends, this one probably works the best. In terms of finding out the precise areas and locations, the weekly box works the best. You're also about to hit the 4th reversal point here. Okay, so let's start posting everything. I have a lot of stuff to post here. Pretty much all the stuff from yesterday. Okay, so let's go take a look at the Discord first while we wait for this to hit number 4 on the reversal points. We're going to buy some puts from number 4. Number 5 looks a little bit better, though, if we go buy the puts up here. So we could play calls above the pink line here, going up to number 4. That's also an option. I just want to see if it's going to reverse from here and just fall off the sky. I'd rather just watch it do it first and then just see if we can go for the next entry. Play a little reversal on wherever it stops, right? You said help, I'm trapped. What in the world's going on over there? Moomoo's falling back down here. So again, I want to sell the Moomoo option. It went to $70 this morning. I bought it for $18. I want to sell it for basically $1,000. Not $1,000. 1,000%. 1,000%. So $180 is what I want to sell it for. Anything smaller than that, and it counts as a fail. On your SPY chart, check August 13th, 145. The zone should be created there. Let me go ahead and take a look for you. You said August 13th. So on August 13th, that's the purple one right here. Because August 13th, the last zone that you have. Huh? It's not supposed to be like that. Let me see. Did I move it? Is this the same? It's not the same size, so that means maybe when I was fixing it earlier. Maybe when I was fixing it earlier, that could have been what it was. No, yeah, this is off. This is really off. Thank you, Louis. There we go. Look at that. Excellent. No, yeah, because I remember we went over this a couple days ago, and I was looking at it when I was showing you when we were talking inside the Discord. So yeah, maybe I think I touched it maybe this morning. While I was explaining how not to touch it. It's so funny. I was literally explaining to everybody what you would call it, how to make sure you don't mess up the zones. So that's ridiculous. That's funny. No, yeah, exactly. So then that's most likely why I didn't have a zone here. Yeah, so that orange zone, technically, everybody, is not there. The other zone we have from before, which is moved, which made it look like we needed to add one there. So in terms of the future zones, yeah, we're just waiting for this to pop up a little bit higher here. By the next time you make a new zone, it should be like right up here, you could say. Like right around the 647s, the 648s. Let's see what you're looking for, Mansa. There we go. Okay, so let me go to the Discord real quick and let me see what trades we need to post. Oh God, what just happened? Honestly, let's look at the weekly boxes for now for a second. While I fix this real quick, I'll let you guys look at these. They have more of our most recent ideas anyways. Again, give me 1 second, everybody. If you have any questions or you need any help, just make sure you message me privately. I'll answer you right away. What plays did we have? We had Snapchat. And then we had DJT. What other plays did we look over? I think that's it. So we got Snapchat, we got Redwire, we got DJT, we got Incel, we got Moomoo, Redwire, we already said that. Target, PayPal, Alibaba, Tesla. What other leaps do we have? How much names is that so far? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 different names right now. Again, these are all leaps that expire in over 100 to 500 days. Some of them expire in just like a week or two, but we're just going to continuously play them for like the next couple months, just because they're in a really good spot. Just like Moomoo. We just got to get a few more drops here. Also, I could post QQQ. What else can I post? SPX? No. Hell no. I don't want to make people take a big loss for something. SPX, unless you know how to trade SPY, there's no need to trade SPX. When you know how to trade SPY, the best part about what I teach you is that within a couple weeks, you're going to be able to just take it to SPX, use $15 and turn it into $200, $300, $400. One time I had this one guy I used to teach, not the same guy I was referring to yesterday, Money. This guy, his name was Beast. And this one time, he just got the reversal point 4 SPX contracts. He just paid $15 just in case it kept, going up higher. So he had it a very cheap contract. It went from $15, right, all the way up to $290. And then he had, I think, 2 of them, or 2 different contracts. One was closer, maybe. One of them he made $290 or $280 on. The other one he made, I think, around like $220, $210. So in total, it was almost like $500 or like a little bit over it. And he was just using $30 in total, like around that. Which is crazy. $30 to $500. If you just do that once a day, that type of, risk being applied in terms of how much you could lose is way smaller than, one would actually think. In terms of just what the gain is. 500, and the problem is he didn't sell it at the high. He told me he only sold it at, I think, like 200-300%, and they went like 800%. So he would have had probably maybe like around 2,000, 1,500 just from those small plays, because the market was just absolutely, taking off. Actually, no, was it a put or was it a call? Let me see if I remember. I think it was a call that he got. I think he got a call from the 4th reversal point at the bottom. That's what he did. It was a couple months ago. It was like in March or something. April. You said, now can we buy puts? So again, everybody, we're still waiting here. Taking it nice and slow. We're not rushing into a single thing. Since you consolidated so much above this area here, we decided to wait and to not get into the puts. Right now, we're just trying to break down our long-term leaps for like the next couple months. If you're trying to get into a 0-day call again, or a 0-day put, just give it a second here. You could use these boxes after all, right? So remember, don't be afraid to use these boxes. If you would like to buy a put right now, you could average down at the top. I'd just rather wait for it to occur, just in case it happens, in like an hour, and you just lose a ton of value. Just in case. Okay, so Wait, did I post the Mumu put to the community? I think I posted that to the community, right? I think I posted that a while ago. Let me see. Let me see. No, I didn't post it because I would have remembered. I would have posted it there as well. So technically, I didn't post. Wait, let me check. Let me double check. August 25th. So how was it perfectly predict the next 6 months? Okay, so boom, we talked about that account. New Unity trade. So we did Unity. Oh, I forgot to write that down. Oh god. So I gotta write down Unity, Intel. We already sold the Intel play. Wait, did I didn't update you guys about this one. We paid $12. When did we pay for this? Oh shit. Oh god. Okay, so this Intel trade was a 2-day out call. I think we got 300% on this trade, I remember. Yeah, we did. I remember. I just didn't take a picture of it, I think. Let me see. Can I go into my Momo history and look at the price that I sold it at? Let me see. Intel. Refresh. Transaction details, quotes. Yes, I could see it. That's amazing. Wait a second. Okay, so let me take a picture of the 2 buys that I had. Okay. And then let me take a picture of this buy. Yeah, I don't know why I forgot to post that. I'm not too sure, everybody. My bad. Okay, so we're also going to post Unity here. But the first thing I want to post before anything is I want to go into this post. I want to go into here. Go here. Sorry, I'm just trying to make my brain organize everything properly so that I don't have to go back and fix stuff later on. I hate having to do that. It's just kind of like wasting time. And we got a lot of people that depend on the success of these charts, so we got to make sure they're as good as possible in terms of just random stuff, right? Mumu. Like, you guys helped me with the Mumu charts. That's crazy how you guys just put us onto the Mumu stuff yesterday or 2 days ago. We instantly got into the Mumu because we saw that it was the time to buy puts. And we were instantly up 800, 400, 300%. You know? It's crazy. So if you guys want, just let me know whenever you guys have plays, because I'm sure if it's at a, you know, at a crazy high point or at a crazy low point, it's going to be relatively easy for us to time, you know? Those are the easiest trades, by the way. Is whenever something's oversold or really overbought, you're pretty much just waiting for it to get yanked down a little bit. And then once you learn how to trade with the weekly boxes, which is like this here, everybody. It's like right here. This weekly box right here. It's the same thing as the box to the left, where you have the 1/2 points, 1/8 points, 1/4 points. It's just I put even more information here because this box was so large. So we got 1/16 points, and I even have 132 points here. These are all the levels that the market really wants to magnet to. These are structure points. So whenever you hear me say structure points, these are the levels that I'm referring to. So since it's above 646.14, do you see how it opened up at 644.41? The equal reaction would be to hit 646.14 and fall down. Because you got above this, the equal reaction instantly now tells me the market's way more bullish right now. Because again, the equal reaction was this point to that point. Do you see how you're at this point now and you're above it? That means you're just more bullish. So what happens if you become more bullish but then you fall back into the box? The first thing that's going to occur basically is you're going to just yank out the sky. I'll be honest with you guys. You're most likely going to start making a new low. Where you can go down to here. Then you'll hit that point again. Fall down to here and maybe hold here. Because it's at a 1/8 point. Where you can start running back up. So that's how the downside is going to happen. In terms of the upside, if you hold here, you're just going to run to this quarter point now. Or a 132 point. And then after you hit 647.87, which is barely making a new high, like just right above it, we'll see if it's going to fall down and then go up to here. And then fall down. So the reason why I just drew 3 of them, right, is because one of these 3 is going to work. It's either going to be this one, or this one. So one of these 3 are going to work. That's the one thing I want you to pay attention to. And at the same time, we're also going to pay attention to NVIDIA. So we're going to get some NVIDIA zones. Try to see if we could work up the ideas a little bit. Make them a little bit better. I honestly do not like how this chart looks here. I think it's because the box is on top. Let me see if I can fix this up a little bit. I mean, it looks a little bit better, I guess. Actually, let's just do it all the way up. I know what would make it look better. If we follow the pattern, it'll make it look really good. Just like that. There you go. And in terms of the 1/4 point, like these boxes right here, this should not be here. This should be right here. Perfect. And then what's going on here with this box? Yeah, why does it look like that? Why does it look like a little bit more brighter? Oh, it's because they both look brighter. That's why. I should have changed the tone of it. Yeah, like that. There you go. I was about to say, why does it look like that? There you go. Now that makes more sense now. So now you have the 1/4 points, 1/2 points. These need to be more colored in though. The blue ones. So let's make these a little bit more blue. After we make this a little bit more blue, our eyes should be able to catch on to it a little bit quicker. So there you go. Now that looks better. And at the same time, I guess I do that. I guess I'll just do this as well. So you all can see what's the next 1/2 point. So right now you're at a reset point. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to make a big move tomorrow or the day afterwards. Regardless of such, there's going to be a big move very soon. What I'm going to do is I'm automatically buying puts for the downside that only cost around $30 to $40, which means I'm expecting to lose all that money if we don't fall within the next 2-3 days. And then in terms of the call side, I'm just going to be focusing on the best calls once you get above that previous high. How are we going to go about buying the calls? Very simple. We're going to use the reversal points, which is this chart right here. This is easily the best chart to use whenever you're making new highs. It always works. So whenever you hit number 4, I want to see if you're going to fall back down to the pink one. And then we could buy some calls down here for you to run right back up to number 5. So that's how we could play the new high. Because think about it. Number 4 is the new high. So that's all we need. Touch number 4, back down to number 3. Back into the calls. And then right back up into a new high. Yeah, so we got puts that day, and then the same day we bought. Uh-oh, spies fallen. There we go. Shake and bake. There we go, everybody. Don't worry, I'm going to get your energy up real soon here. Just let me finish these notes real quick, and don't worry. We're going to be really explosive. Alright, so I have no idea what day that was, I'll be honest with you, but I'm going to take a picture of all three of these. Boom, boom, boom. And then the next thing we're going to do here is just try to find that intel play. I think my average was, I don't even know, honestly. No idea. Definitely not this one. Oh wait, I can look at the pictures like this? Oh, this is way better. Let me see, I can find it now. Go, go, go. Intel, where are you? There you are, Intel. 80%, 100%. Yep. That thing was flying. Wait a second. Did I not get a picture when I sold it at the top? I don't think I took a picture of it. That's the 9 o'clock, yeah. And then this is 10 o'clock. This is 11 o'clock. That's 1 o'clock. Yeah, we sold it at 200 and something percent. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a really big move happening within like the next, you could say, 30 minutes to an hour here. It's 11:40, so it's still really early. Remember that. It's still very early. We still have so many, different plays that we can hop into. Now, let me just, organize everything before I keep prolonging this. And then what we could do is we can have a little update on all the Intel plays that we talked about. So we updated that section for the Intel. We got 300% that day, and then the next day we got a 200% trade. And then Unity we bought. We shared that already. So the only thing I had to share now is honestly the Redwire stuff and Snapchat stuff. Okay, so that's perfect then. Let me respond to you guys here. Boom. Certainly feels like the Bulls are going to win. No, yeah. So remember, everybody, our idea yesterday was that the market was going to continue to run up this week. And by Friday, you were going to hit 648, 649. So once you hit that target, the next target is going to be to play the puts going right back down. Just like those crazy days last week, right? You guys saw us trade 9 times, 8 times a day. When we were playing ping pong back and forth. It was the perfect time to do that, you know? You can't do it every day. You could technically actually do it every day if you force it, but when I'm trying to teach in a proper setting, I can't force things to occur, because then what if I tell somebody to get into a trade that's $20, right? And you might need to average down at $5 or $4 or $3. What if that person doesn't have another $3? Which means that the first trade I get into has to be the best trade. So of course, like every single trade that we get into, it has the intention of being the best trade. But at the same time, we're always just dotting around the board, waiting for our previous ideas to get completed. Since we sold it already, now we're just waiting. Once that idea is completed, we then hop into the insurance a couple days out. And as we start adding more insurance to the board, meaning more puts a couple days out, we buy up some calls 5 to 10 days out once you hold on top of the high. While we have these short dated puts, just in case you fall the next day. And then of course for those long dated calls, we could average down. So it's kind of like a tug and pull with your capital. You're tugging a little bit and you're pulling a little bit. In terms of the amount of capital that's on the board, you're pulling it out. In terms of tugging, it's kind of like you're throwing in your capital, I guess, in this equation, right? Which kind of, I guess, doesn't really make sense if you really think about tugging, but whatever, you get what I'm saying. We're just trying to make it a proper analogy for you continuing up into new highs. Once you hit those highs, we're going to load up on our puts. This is pretty much the same area we played puts at a couple days ago. In fact, it's actually a better area. So we'll see. Looks like you might make the highs right now. Very close. Now you're at the area where I wanted to buy puts from originally, by the way. But it's still not at the line perfectly. You might go above it here. Which is also going to line up, by the way, with reversal point number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, you're almost there. We need a little bit more to go here. Let's look at how the call values have been changing up and down for these 650s. So you were at $9 in the morning, right? Then you hit 24, and then how much did you drop back down to? Yeah, these are terrible. The prices are not shifting at all. So we got to wait for a higher high. We're still waiting for these to go up a little bit more, so these puts could get a little bit cheaper. So the calls need to increase in value, basically, is what I'm saying, in terms of the 650s. Because remember, that was the first option that was worth $9 in the morning. So there was a bunch of players that definitely bought into that $9 option, and they're probably still holding it for the finishing move. So in most cases, what they do is they're just going to wait for the 650 or 649 level. So I could see you definitely taking an elevator straight up here to the top. If you guys are in some calls, make sure that the next time you put a stop loss is going to be at number 4. If you're not putting your stop loss already right here. Oh yeah, so there was a put a couple days out that I was gonna look at with you guys. We could look at it 2 days out, actually. 2 days out from the top. Let me see. 6 days out. How about these? Yeah, 6 days out is not bad for a 636 put. The only problem is where is the market going to fall once you fall from the top? Let's look at the weekly zones, everybody. Let's see what you hit and what you didn't hit so far. So you hit the midpoint, that's for sure. You went towards the top. You hit the almost towards the quarter point, but you did not hit the quarter point. You didn't officially hit the quarter point. After you held on the quarter point, or a little bit above it, you're now basically running towards the top. And we're waiting for a little breakout for us to potentially go up to 649, 650. All beneath that box is a drop straight down to 626. So 636 is going to be like the safest level to play because it's from up here to down here. My bad. Boom. Push and pull. There you go. Push and pull. I guess that would be a better way to phrase it. Right? Okay, so the one thing, again, I want you all to do here is recognize the 636 level because it's next to the bottom. And the goal is 626. So if you want to play cheap, you would have to go for a 626 and go a little bit far out in terms of the puts. Which 626 costs around $22 right now for 6 days out. So it's not a bad idea because you're at the top. You could definitely fall back straight right back down, and that would be the level you're going to hit. Now, can it happen the next day right after your contracts expire? Yes. That's the one problem. That's why we're specifically waiting for this to perfectly hit the top, which it looks like you're about to do right now. Looks like you just did it. Did you? Wait a second. Freeze, everybody, freeze! Did you hit the new high? Not yet. It's 647.01. That's the previous high. 647.01. You're at 646.69. This is what else we could do here. We could do this as well. So let me actually post this right now. Okay, so we got these trades that we posted. We posted those. We posted the incels, so we're done with that one now. I never posted the Mumu one, so let me post that one real quick. I guess I'll just post that we sold it already. Just in case other people wanna. Actually no, because they still have an opportunity to buy into it. I don't want people to buy into it no more. But then again, let me see the price of it. Yeah, there's still an opportunity for people to buy into this. So we can still post a Mumu one. Even though it went up 300%. There's still more opportunities for this to fall down even lower. And then the next time we would buy puts on Mumu is at 207. And we would spend basically around the same amount. If not, we could use the profit of whatever we make here. We can also do that. That's fine with me. And then for Euro, let's check to see if you're still tanking here. So the European market's running up, so we'll leave that alone. And we entered all of these trades, right? I think we talked about them. But we didn't post those. So I think we should post that. Because we got so many percentages. It was insane. It was crazy. 65% on that one. And those were basically... So the 650s, we ended up selling them for 65% that time. Yeah, I don't know why we never posted these trades. I'll be honest with you. See, this is how I stump my own growth. You know that, right? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's honestly, I want to highlight the bad trades first. So I always post about the bad first. That's the first thing, which is basically what I'm doing right now. We just talked about all the bad stuff we need to fix. The next thing we need to talk about is NVIDIA. And then that's pretty much the last trade that went against us. Oh, no, Meta. Meta. We had to talk about Meta. But then again, for the Meta trade, yeah, we actually, no, we'll still talk about it. Because the idea was to follow SPY. SPY ended up doing what we wanted it to do, but Meta couldn't do what we wanted that to do, which was basically simply follow the SPY. It was just lagging behind. So that was the one thing we learned with Meta. We need to get something a little bit further, with a little bit more time. SPY looks like it's what's it called, gapping up here. So we're gonna give it a second. Just give it a moment, everybody. Don't rush it. Just nice and easy. What else do we have to do here? Because we posted all these. We posted all those. All right. Perfect. Okay, so we're done with the Snapchat post. We're going a step closer in the right direction, everybody. Once I'm done with this, is over. You better be ready. So we're done with the Snapchat. We're good there. What is this? Oh, that was a $6 one. That was on the 25th. That was Monday, right? Was that Monday? Yes, that was Monday. 25th was Monday. I forgot to add this point right here. I want to. There you go. I'm like, where I want to select that one thing. Okay, so the one thing I want to add here is this. This is one of my long-term stocks that I'm planning on holding for the next 5 years. So we're starting to buy shares now from $8 all the way down to $3, with the intention of selling them around 60 to 90. Just give me 1 second. Taking some pictures here of these trades. Okay, what else can we look at? Okay. So I'm trying to see what else we could do with these Moomoo puts. But okay, so we got Redwire, we got Snapchat. That's 2 trades right there. 2 for the price of 1. You're welcome, everybody. Okay, so all of our charts are dotted and plotted. All this stuff is posted. Excellent. The stuff for Moomoo's good. Yeah, Moomoo, that's done. And we could talk about the 8-day SPY trade. That was yesterday's trade. So let me talk about that one real quick. Actually, do I have to post any? I think I have to post one more. We're gonna get into the SPY trades real soon. Just let it get a little spicy. It's all good, everybody. This is where it gets fun. Okay, so the Moomoo trade, we're good. We got that done. Redwire, we're good. We got that done. Snapchat, we're good. That's done. Wait, let me see something. Where did I put the name up here? Oh, I see. I didn't follow the formula. Ah, no wonder. I'll fix that after. So the newer ones had the formula, the Moomoo ones, because that's the ones I got later on in the day. I had more time to make it nicer. Because, like, why does the heading look different? I want them all to look the same. Okay, so the Moomoo trade's good. The RDW trade's good. Snap is good. Spy trade. We might get into those 8-day trades again, so I'm just going to post them right now, honestly. I'll be real with you guys. You ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so look. Moomoo is just falling out the sky here, everybody. I'm waiting for it to come right back down below. Okay, so for the spy, let me see. I guess I should give you guys a chart for spy when I send you these trades. What chart do you guys want? I'll send you this chart. Actually, no. We made this one look nice. We'll take a big picture. Like this. Should we include Bob Ross? What do you guys think? I'm just playing, by the way. You don't have to answer that question, obviously. Alright, so let me see here. I think what we should do is we should take out the smaller ones. Alright, there you go. Now we can see a little bit more. Let's go ahead and open this chart up now. Let's go ahead and make this a little darker. Make sure everything matches, everything's good. Alright. So this is the same chart that we used last week when we posted this. I guess the one thing I want to do here is make these boxes a little bit like that. Yeah, there you go. Now we're working with something that's at least decent here. You can see the box at the bottom. You can see everything at the top. You can see all my put entries. Excellent. That's good enough. So if spot refuses to touch the top of the box. Yeah. At this point, you might, like I said earlier, I had a feeling it was going to be something like this. So with that being said, the first thing we need to do is recognize how to play against it. And that's by getting some calls right now. Oh my God, we got to get some calls right now. Holy shit. Wait, go. Spy. Calls. Look at the calls, everybody. Damn, they dropped to, how much they dropped to? $12. That's not that cheap yet. Let's give this a second. If it can consolidate down here for like 5 more minutes, we'll get some crazy ass calls. 650. It's still too far though. 650 is really far. Let's be honest here. 650 is all the way up here. I could definitely see you running up to 647. Yeah. 646 maybe, yeah. But if this just continues to fall here and you get below the purple, like anywhere below this purple, you're going to fall out the sky. So we need to hold here in order for us to continue going up higher. I want to get some calls right now, but I'm waiting for them to consolidate a little bit. I'm looking at the 647s. They cost $70 still. These prices have been high all day. It's crazy. Of course, they were a little bit lower in the morning because of how low you were. How much did you run today so far? 646, and the low was what? 640. Yeah, you barely went up. You only went up $2.20 so far. We're still waiting for that $3 move. So I'm assuming you're probably going to get that move potentially. I mean, if it gets below the purple, you're going to get it to the downside. If it gets above the purple, you're going to fulfill that move up here. And after you hit 647, like 30s, like right around here, then you're going to start to crash out the sky again. Which is right next to number 4 on the reversal points. As well as on the supply and demand zones. So that we just looked at that one. Yeah, so you just hit the pink one and fell off of it. If this could go down a little bit more, let's just say to that orange line right here, we could buy it. Which is a little bit below the 200 moving average right now on the 5-minute. There we go, Vikash. $3,000 just like that. Is he even are you watching the YouTube? He just made 3K off of just that trade right there. There we go. Off of reversal point number 3. I would like to see actually what point he used for that. I want to see what chart he used. Yeah, you've been nicely growing that account, Vikash. That's absolutely beautiful. Wherever you are. Back there. That's crazy. Just off of a move like that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm telling you guys. Once you learn how to trade SPY, and then you start learning how to trade SPX, it's game over. It's absolutely game over after that. Absolutely amazing. Let's see it. Remember, we're waiting to get into these calls. We're giving it a second here. By the way, I'm going to grab some water. I don't think I've drank water all day. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. So we went ahead and posted everything that we needed to post. Absolutely beautiful. SPY's consolidating exactly how we wanted it to. We posted those trades. We posted that. We'll take a look at Tesla in a second here. The first thing we want to do, though, let's go ahead and look at SPY. These options are really persisting, huh? Really keeping some value. Let's go ahead and create the CS zones real quick. I believe you just hit the top of one. So right now you're stuck on a CS zone. You said 3K off that small drop? No, yeah, because it's SPX. So remember, SPY, if you play, let's just say, well, you have to look at the amount of capital used, right? So the amount of capital used, let me check. So when he made $3,000 on those puts right now, a couple seconds ago, he basically, wait, where did he post it? Futures section? I think he posted it here. No. Yes, he did post it here. So he basically, market value is 5,000. That's in total, and he's up 3,100, right? So you just subtract that, and you get 1,000, like 760, 760, yeah, right? No, 1,860. So again, you get 1,850, 1,860. So from 1,860, he turned that into 5K. Just because of SPX. Because the options he bought went from 237 to 630. With SPY, your options, if you buy something for $230 and you spend the same amount of money, the same time this goes to 600, your options for SPY would only go up to around 500, maybe 540, 550. So you would be up only like 120%, maybe 100%. So generally with SPX, you make a lot more. Like one time, I remember one time on the Discord, I had everybody buy a $40 option for SPX, and that option went up to $800 the same day we bought it. The reason why we bought it is because you ended up hitting the reversal points. So let me show you on this chart. So imagine you hit number 4 here, which is 647, and then imagine you fall right back down to 641. That's what happened to us that day. So we bought a put up here, and we saw how fast you were dropping, and we were just like, oh yeah, this might actually hit the bottom. And we kept waiting, and eventually it happened. So that was, again, like 2,000% within a day. That was in that week that we were talking about where we were making like 3,000, 2,000% per day. It was around that time. So yeah, that's awesome. That's really awesome. But yeah, don't worry. Everybody here is gonna have the potential opportunity to play SPX. It's just don't rush it. Not right now, at least. Those 649 options went to $18. That was a really good price right there. 649s are at 18. 649 is right here. I think you're at least going to touch 648 today. The 648s cost 48. They were just at 71, and the low was 36. These prices are absolutely terrible. We could play for a new high, but let's look at the calls. I mean, we could buy a single call for just $13, I guess. $10, $13. We could spend a cheap amount. As you all could see, you hit the bottom of the purple zone and you ran right back above. So the buying point that I had in terms of more upside is clearly working out. However, If it's working out, that means if you rise above this, you're going to just shoot into a new high, which is going to be like 647, which is only $1 above where we're at. And then we might have more downside up here. Honestly, the Theta, yeah, by now, Theta usually would have started destroying the contracts. That's what I'm saying. I think there's going to be a giant move here. Like a ridiculous move, which makes sense because think about it. You haven't hit the top of this box since the 15th. So it's kind of funny how it's going to happen towards the end of August, which means whatever move occurs today is going to be the defining trend that goes into September. So if we start making a new high here, September might just start running up for like 7 days, and then you might just start falling out the sky. We got to wait for the first 7 days, though. Same thing with this month, right? Today's the 27th. Tomorrow's the 28th. That means today or tomorrow or Friday could be the big move. Because every 7 days a big move happens. That's why we have it written right here on the bottom of the screen. Days that the trends will switch are these days right here. And today is the 27th, everybody. So we might get a trend change today. By the way, the reason why it says 26 and not 27, 28, and 29 is because most months don't have, some months don't have 29. So because some months don't have 29, it's kind of like we just want to focus on these areas here. And then right down here, if you continue to read, days 28 to the 1st of whatever month, just slow it down, and you're just going to trade with your small account. So right now, what week is this, everybody? This is basically the last week of the month, right? So since this is the 4th week, you got to slow it down. Last week, we made a lot of money, right? Makes sense. That was when we played with the large account. That's usually week number 2 or week number 3. And then week number 4 is usually like really slow. Trends are rapidly changing and switching. So a lot of people but lose money due to the fact that they can't figure out what directions the trends are trying to choose because they're trying to play either too short term, or they're spending a little bit too much money on the long term. Regardless of what the reason is, just make sure you understand that I'm completely walking you through this perfectly almost. If I'm not, just make sure you can let me know which characteristics you want me to explain, just so you could be on the same page as me and everybody else, right? For instance, we did not buy right there, just due to the fact contracts are still expensive, everybody. I'd rather wait for 1 o'clock for my contract that I want, for my strike price that I know the market can hit. Once that contract hits the price that I want, I'm more likely going to buy it. It could be while we're running up. It could be while we're still consolidating. It could be while we're making a new low. Maybe we fall below the 200 for a second, right? Doesn't really matter. We're just going to wait. And this is perfect. You know why this is perfect, everybody? Because now, guess what? We're never going to make that mistake again. Meaning, if we know the market can hit a certain number every single day, if we know, right? If we deep down, we know because we look through all of our charts and every single one of them points to these specific locations. As long as they all point to those specific locations, that's all we need. We'll then start to kind of dial back the other entries, make it so there's only 1 or 2 entries, get at the best location. So like for instance, let's just say we were trying to play calls for a breakout, right? We wait for it to hit number 4. We buy some puts real cheap, sell them for like 50%, 60%, because you normally reverse on number 4, especially if you hit it as early as now, like around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. There's definitely going to be an easy trade around number 4. It might be a little bit above it, might be a little bit below it. Regardless of which, just understand it's around number 4. We're going to get some puts. Probably 1 strikeout, honestly. We might go a little expensive on these. And then after we sell the puts for whatever percent, 20%, 10%, whatever we can get our hands on, we'll just make sure the contract is cheap so we're not going too bad on the capital usage, right? We don't want to have a single loss at all. And if we keep continuing to think that way, like I said, you're never going to go wrong. You might go wrong, but the likelihood of you going wrong that day For instance, like let's just say Monday. Instead of us buying the $15 contract for 647, if we bought the 645, we would have been up 100 to 200% with everybody else, which was the what the whole Discord did. We only had a few people that bought the $15 contract with me. Everybody usually buys a little bit closer. At least that's how I teach them. Usually they do, unless we haven't had the conversation yet. Which, by the way, everybody, now we are. So always get a contract that's closer to the strike price than I do. So like the current strike price. So if I get something 650, which is 4 strikes out, you guys would get like a 649, which is 3 strikes out, or you would get a 648. Because think about it. If I'm thinking the 650 is going to work, everything in between is also going to work, which means by the time mine actually works, yours is going to have so many moments of just snapping up a little bit, being profitable like 20, 30, 40%, then going back down. Meanwhile, most of the time my contracts are so far, because we're always testing the ends of the trend, which is actually how we know how to trade that, like right now. That's why we specifically trade certain 0 days. It's because we could read that, like the range of that day, using yesterday, of course, and then the weekly. And then with that being known and understood, the next thing you have to do is just simply play the ranges. So right now we're not at the top, or we're almost at the top. So it's kind of making you drop out the sky randomly, kind of making you go up randomly. The CS zones are working, by the way, as you could tell. You fell in between the white boxes, you held, and then you basically just ran right back up to the top. So here's where you would buy puts. If it falls right back down into the zone, honestly, everybody, we're just going to wait for like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Let the market just keep doing what it's doing. These are the harder trades, and I don't really want you guys to have any losses today. Today's not a testing day. Thursdays usually are, by the way. But last week, Thursday was awesome. And last week, Wednesday was awesome. We had like 8, 9 trades that whole entire day. Like back and forth. All right, so again, we're not going to rush this. We're going to take this very, very slowly. Let's look at Tesla real quick. How are we doing here? You're still consolidating at 351. Still looks like you're just going to fall back into the previous zone here. What is this? Yeah, so we posted all that stuff right there. We posted all that. General. Okay, so you're holding on top very nicely. Let's go ahead and look at the supply and demand zones. Yeah, so you're still at the top of the purple. You went ahead and made a new zone here. So we're going to go ahead and make a new zone. It's a small zone right above the previous one. Let's make it orange, just in case so we don't forget. Okay, so it's an orange zone for now, right? The next thing we're looking for, I mean, you could basically get another put play here. We might go short on the futures just to play around with the scalping. Mumu's still holding on that perfect entry. Look at that, everybody. That's why I love these triangles, like one of the new trading styles that we started making towards the end of the year last year is with these right here. And it perfectly shows you what the range could be. So if this thing could just slip inside of it, it's over. Because right now you fell inside of it, which was perfect in the morning. You ran above it. So if you get right back into it, it's over. You're falling right back down to the floor. And these options are going to be up a crazy amount. So let's see. We might have to wait for tomorrow, but that's all right. We still have till Friday. We have plenty of time here, everybody. And remember, the market is closed on Monday. Don't forget that. I think we could trade futures, so we'll see. And then we looked at all those companies there. We posted all of our leaps there. Everything is now nice and organized. There we go. Now I'm happy. I'm excited now. Let's do this. Copy. And then we go here. Share. What just happened? Oh, that's all good. Let me just fix this real quick. My bad, everybody. So another thing I wanted to show you was this one here. The wedges we made yesterday are clearly what you're stuck in. So you're just stuck in this top section here. And whenever I've seen the market do this before, ladies and gentlemen, you collapse. So we're gonna be buying puts for 636 for the market to collapse out the sky. I'm thinking you're gonna start falling. As soon as you make a new high, I think we're gonna start buying them. I think that's the plan right there. What do you guys think? What's going on back there? Oh, not for like 0 DTE. It would be like we would get like 6 days out, 3 days out. It would happen, you know, probably by the end of the month or something like that. Yeah. Let me see. Okay, just in case, forget to do that. And then let me do this as well. By the way, thank you everybody too who's been liking the video. I don't normally ask for stuff like that because I feel like it's dumb to ask for that, but I have noticed it. I do appreciate it, so thank you. I'm pretty sure it helps with like more people, like random people being able to find me. It kind of helps with like building in the audience. You know, yesterday's video we almost got 600 views. That is mind-boggling to me. That's like triple what we normally used to get. Absolutely insane. You said what amount of money do I consider a big account? A big account is like 1,000 to like 10K. That's like a bigger account. Actually, no, I would say bigger is kind of like, in all honesty, I wouldn't really consider 10K that large. I would consider like 10K to like 100K. That's like a large account. Anything around 100K, that's a really large account. Mid-size is gonna be like 1,000 to like 5K. You could say like in that middle, in that range. That's like a mid-size account. And then a small account would be anything that's under 1,000. That's kind of how I would classify it. At least that's how we what's it called? That's how we have it classified on the Discord. Even the other Discord, I think we also have it classified like that. I have to double check though. I believe so. I think we fixed it there as well. Okay, let's post this. What day was this? 86, and then this is 87. So then today's 88. This is 87. I knew I skipped a day. I don't know why I randomly do that sometimes. I gotta double check all the days again. Make sure I'm counting them. Okay. This is pretty amazing. Why? Because they're not losing a single dollar. Markets like these are usually the most annoying to trade, especially when it's at the new highs like this and it hasn't made a new high yet. When it makes a new high, it's going to be a lot easier. That's for sure. It's going to be a whole lot easier. It's going to be a whole different game. Let me look at the puts that are really close on Tesla. 336. Nine days out. Oh yeah, 25K is definitely a milestone. I remember when I first hit it, I'm not gonna lie, I lost it a little bit. I just wanted to buy everything. But I didn't realize if you keep buying a bunch of stuff and then you go under 25K, the same day you bought all that stuff and you sold it, you get restricted still. And that's what happened to me. It didn't happen to me when I passed 25K. Because when I hit 25K, I went straight through it. And I hit around, I think I stopped at 32. So I went from like, it was because of a Tesla trade. I went straight from around, if I remember correctly, 17K. And I went straight to, I was at 17K. I was down 10,000. So I was at 7K. I put another 5K into the trade. So I only had 2K left. I wake up the next day. All my contracts are up, double. And I was selling it for like double to triple. So like my average was around, you could say like $300. I sold a bunch at 700, a bunch at 12, and I sold the last one at 1600. And by the end of it, I was pretty much at around like 32, 34. So I kept going straight to 60 and then straight to 80. And then that's when I started to make a U-turn right back down. And once I went to 30K and I started trading even more wild because I started panicking. I didn't want to lose the money, of course. But I started panicking. I don't know why I was getting into those trades, honestly. Just random ass names. I didn't know how to chart them or nothing. I was just like, looks good to buy here. Let's just do it. For some reason, they deleted your message. What, YouTube? If it's a link, sometimes YouTube deletes it. If it's any other platform, just let me know. Usually they don't delete it. I'll be getting violated by some people. They be keeping their comments. But I wouldn't delete that stuff, honestly. You had to have an environment where everybody could be able to do anything that they want, you know? That's truly how things are. Alright, so that was yesterday's trade. The next thing we want to look at here, because the SPY charts are all updated. I think we would all agree. We worked on it a lot yesterday. I mean, just look how it looks now. We're just waiting for you to get to this high. Very slowly but surely. Just like yesterday, right? You made a new high. And after you dipped down after that second high, which was above the 200, you went below it a little bit. And then you started swinging right back up into a new high. So let's see if we can do something like this towards the end of the day. The only problem is if this gets below the 200, you could definitely collapse straight down to 643. So again, if you get below the 200, you might just fall straight down to here. I could definitely see that happening. And if you do fall down to here, mayday, mayday, everybody, mayday. You get below this point, you might actually continue to fall straight down to the 1/4 point. And then you can hold there, which is all the way down here. So we gotta wait for that. We'll be very patient. We understand how low the market can go, of course. Wait, I don't think I'm supposed to touch this. Was I supposed to touch that? Let's put it back. What is that? Oh, that's my other line. Oh yeah, we could touch that. You saw how I started panicking for a second? Sometimes I used to mess up some lines, and it would take me hours to fix it. And I'll be trading for like 3 days in a row with lines that are not the perfect ones. And then when I notice that, I'm just like, oh my god, no wonder. I think Momo's crashing. No, it's not. False alarm, everybody. We can't get excited yet. Once we hit 170, we're going to have a party. That's what we're going to do here. Because then we're just going to buy a call right after that. Instantly. As long as we can hit that crazy point. Wait a second, I forgot about Intel. Intel, are you ready? Fingers crossed, everybody. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Is Intel ready? No, you're not. Alright. Last time we bought puts up here, and then instantly, the next day you fell down here. We sold them for 300%. We then bought a call down here. Ran up instantly the next day. We sold it again for 200% this time. So this was 200. That was 300. Down here was 300. Down there was 600. All in a row. So 600, 300, 300, 200. That's all of our trades so far on Intel. Just in the last... How long ago you fell to the bottom? Just since the beginning of the month. Just this month. So that's pretty amazing, honestly. The next thing I think we want to do for Intel is definitely play puts, but if you can't reach these levels here, I don't think there's a sense for us to play puts here, honestly. Like right up here. Wait, let me grab it. There you go. We could play puts like that when you hit this line, but I think we should just wait for this to actually go up here. If we can hit here now, this is the new area that I want to buy puts at. Right at that red circle. That is my new put area. If we can hit somewhere up here, if not somewhere... Honestly, this was a really good area. It just happened way too quickly. People wouldn't have been able to buy unless you were in the Discord, which is a little bit unfortunate. I try to look for trades that can help everybody, of course, not just short term. But yeah, that Intel trade was just really quick. So that's why we didn't get into the puts there. If it happens again, though, we want to buy it up here and then play puts for it to fall down simply to this dotted line right here. So higher than where it's falling right now, but to the bottom of the trend. So it'll be basically us playing puts from 26 to 24 again. Just like how we played puts at 25 to 24, and you went straight down to 23, and then you even hit 22. That was like the cherry on top. I think some people held that, and they were up like 900% the next day. But you guys know me. 400%, 300%, that's good enough, honestly. I'm happy with that. I'll just wait for the next trade. Sometimes we let it go up, 600, 700%. But for the most part, usually we just stop out at 2 to 400. Because again, you kind of don't want to mess with that. So that's pretty much it. That was it for the Intel. And that's what we're waiting for right now. So it's not ready yet. It's just in the middle. We could trade it if we want to, but not really. I'd rather trade the weekly trends, but with daily contracts. It's kind of not even daily contracts. It's like you're trading the monthly trend with a daily contract. Does that make sense? So again, the monthly trend with a daily contract. But then again, you kind of had to count this as the first. So if you count that as the first, this is technically at the peak. Yeah, this is at a crazy point. You could still fall straight down to here, which is $21. So I'm wondering, if you hit this line here, maybe we'll get an insurance play for like $3 for you to fall down to 21 by Friday, like this Friday. And then next week we could literally do the same thing. But then again, we don't want to have a loss here. That's going to count as a loss. Let me think. I might just buy next week contract. But then again, no. I think we just wait for next week. Unless it gets below the top of this box. I'm trying to think about what's like the perfect way this can, play out. without a single loss, with us not testing it and not having insurance, and that's going to be, honestly, just for us to wait. We can't play to one of these areas if we don't know what's next. We obviously know what's next, but theoretically, we can't say that. You know, realistically, you can't say that you know what's next. You just have to say that you know what's the potential opportunity for next. You know, like for the next trend up or next trend down. You get what I'm saying. The point that I'm trying to make here is, in order for us to get an option, which is a put, we need to be up here. In order for us to get a call, honestly speaking, since we bought here at 23 already, and I'm trying to be realistic, we got to wait for it to fall down to here again. And since it hit the bottom already, or near the bottom, I think we should wait for it to hit somewhere inside of here. Inside of like this random area. But then again, if it goes below this box, it's probably going to hit this, like this 20 area right here. So that's going to be actually kind of funny here. It might do that. Like, think about it. What if the Trump news just plays out and it just absorbs it? And the thing just goes right back down again. You could have that situation play out here. So in terms of downside, that's what we're looking for. We're going to get some puts up here for you to fall to 24. And then up here, yes. Up here, I would be fine with buying something for us to fall down to here. We could definitely do that up there. Like a cheap one. So we'll buy something expensive up here and then something cheap. Just in case. The expensive one, we're going to sell it right down here as long as you fall down a little bit. And then the cheap one, we want to sell it at the bottom. And then we're going to buy some calls down here for us to bounce right back up a couple months out. All right, everybody. So that's the game plan. That's the full playbook right there for Intel. For SPY, you're just pretty much doing what I wanted you to do earlier. You're killing value now, which is perfect. Now we can start getting into trades. I'm pretty sure at least. Let me check again. Let me just double check before I say that. Yes. Yes, they're very cheap actually, yeah. Not yeah. Wait. How much was this? 18? How much you ran up? 29. So you almost ran to 30 there. Let's just give this a second, everybody. You're not choosing a direction here. So if you fall back down to the bottom, we can get calls. If you run up to number 4, we can buy some puts. You could fall down from number 3. You could fall down straight from number 3, straight down to 644. But the puts right now for 644 for 0 days, they cost $44. We could buy a 644 put. But then again, okay, so you filled all the gaps. You filled every single gap. Now, you're about to make a new high. Is it logical to play a put here? The answer is no. We should just wait for it to fall. Play the short term. Don't have nothing on the board that we had to average down on. And skillfully not get caught in anything. We'll try our best, everybody. It happens sometimes. Tesla, we're like on round 8, and Tesla's winning like 8 rounds right now. So far. We gotta see if this last round's gonna count. This might be a loss. But it's all good, ladies and gentlemen. At least we know how we're gonna play against it, which is going into next week. As well as the end, pretty much the end of this week as well. We could play it on Thursday and Friday. Because the contracts tend to be really cheap. Like, not that far away. So we tend to have the same opportunity as we do with SPY, basically. When we're trading the 0 days, you know? All you gotta do is wait for that move just into that area, that range of your strike price. And then you could just sell it. Okay, so QBTS. QBTS. Let me check that. QBTS. It's called D-Wave. This company is at an extreme high. Looks like you're just at the midpoint. Actually, no, you might have... Nah, you're at the midpoint of the next box. Watch this. If my eyes don't deceive me. Yeah, look at that. So just us using the first box from down here, this range over here, you would have instantly known that if this starts running into a new high, this midpoint's where you're going to get puts. So I would get puts here, just like this. I would be buying it like this. A cheap one, then a more expensive one, another cheap one, and then average down on my more expensive one. You don't average down on the cheap ones at all. You just buy it and hold it. So this one right here, I would have lost money because you ran up to 19. The more expensive one, I would have claimed back probably all the money I lost and way more profit. Because again, if it's more expensive, it's a closer strike price. So I would have made money like that. I would have sold it before I hit the line, of course, right? You're not going to wait for it to do that. And then as it's starting to curve up slowly, I would have potentially bought a call for you to run into this point here, where I lost money when I played the puts the first time. And I would have just sold it the second you hit this circle, which it did do that. Then it fell again, which is kind of funny, right? And at that point, it's anybody's game. At that point, I like to wait. I'll take my hands off the phone. I don't want to trade no more. All the entries and all the trades for this area are now done. Now we need to see either a new high or a new low. And that's how I look at every single stock. There's always this, like, whenever a stock gets crazy and you go into a new range, there's always like 4 or 5 different trades that you can have that are really good, playing ping pong basically back and forth. And after those 4 trades are done, and you're done playing ping pong, like back and forth a couple times, because remember, you have to go shorter every time. So let's just say if D-Wave, instead of it falling from the midpoint right here, let's say if it fell down to here. Well, if it fell down to here, that would have changed the game, because then you would have had the midpoint you could have touched, fall down, run up, touch this point again, fall down. You know what I mean? It could have been a whole different crazy dynamic. The simple fact that you got it hitting the top and then going back to the bottom and holding, and then running back to this point. So like if I had a call right here, because I know it didn't hit the midpoint like right here, I would have been thinking I might have to average down below this line because it might go through it. So if it goes through it, I already have that planned. I'm not going to play puts against it, no, because I'm waiting for it to probably go below here. Then I'll play some puts going down lower. Because again, with some plays, especially if you're trying to get a monthly play, you can't really play too much plays. You know, if I buy something for 500, I am not buying something for the puts for 500 as well. That is not how I want to trade this market. I'd rather use $900, put half of that with the ability to average down into a good, decent play at a good point, close strike price, and then worst comes to worst, I'll average down here. And by the time you run up, you know, going back to the midpoint, I'm probably, you know, profitable, if not break even. And then I'll just tap out, go back to the drawing board, and enter into a whole new trade. But the fact remains that you hit the top, you hit the bottom, you slow down, instantly your brain should be thinking halfway point. I know it could probably go up higher. I don't care. Halfway point. That's the safest thing to do right now. After you sell that trade, if it falls down again to your entry, you could be like, yeah. Honestly, this is what Tesla did. We did this with Tesla, if I'm being honest. We traded it a couple times. We probably weren't supposed to, honestly. We traded it going into the new trend. We played the puts going down below the midpoint. We played the calls going above the midpoint. Not the most recent trade on Tesla, by the way. I'm talking about in June and July when we had like 20 trades in a row back to back, all profitable. It was all like 100 to 300%, pretty much every single day. So in terms of those trades right there, we basically played below the midpoint. So like for Tesla, you fell below this and then ran up to it, ran above it again. Then we played puts again at the top, which basically we would have lost money if we played this like Tesla, because I would have had everybody buy the puts right here. But again, we're not going to trade this like Tesla. But yes, if you were following the same ideas as another stock, you would have bought puts right here, probably averaged down up here, and then sold it down here. So I think that's it with D-Wave. You're pretty much at the midpoint. You're stuck right now. You either need to get below 13, where you could start buying some calls, like right at the line, and then anywhere below it, you're going to fall down to here, which is that quarter point at 681. Basically, it's now a midpoint. Actually, no, that would be a midpoint, because this is a midpoint. But then, of course, as I make this box like this, the reason why I made the box smaller, by the way, to begin with, like this, was because I was going to show you that you kind of want to do this as well. You want to measure it from the bottom, just like the other one, and then you want to measure the new high, because this is the new box. This is exactly the box that you're going to use when you fall down. And if you look at the midpoint on this box, it's going to always be different from this box. This midpoint is right here at $6. This midpoint is all the way up here at almost 11. So this is kind of where you want to get the calls. If not, the way I buy my calls personally, I buy them below the midpoint line. I always go with the most extreme entry whenever I'm buying stuff like this, because most of the time you go below the midpoint and then run right back to it. So within a couple days, if I really want, I could just sell for like 20%, 15%. You know, with $600 is a pretty good penny, especially when it's just one trade and you got 10 more running in the background. It's not bad, you know. It kind of works out. We're breaking out. Let's do it. Oh, you said we're maybe breaking out? Thanks for the heads up. No, yeah. This is definitely a good time right here. You're above the pink line. Now you can start running up. Let's check what's going on here. This is setting us up for a great trade here, let me tell ya. This is going to be insane. I can't wait to see what level it holds at. Once it hits the new high, that's going to be the game winner right there. In terms of reversal points, you're finally on top of number 3. When you say 0 day, are you saying same day on the play, call or put? Basically, yeah. 0 day. Same day. $642 puts are now $16, everybody. But then again, it's a very far area now. That's like in Narnia now at this point. The safest thing for us to play here, in terms of downside, if we're being honest, is to let it hit 4 and play right back down to 3. So we could let it hit 647.60, and then we're going to play puts going right back down to 646.50. Just $1 of downside. That's like the safest put that we could play. Those puts right now, they cost $90. So we could buy the put up here. It would probably cost, if you fall down that much and you run up to here, you're going to change the strike price. So these are going to be maybe $80. We could probably buy it for like 60, 50. No, we're not going to get that lucky. It's either going to be 60 to 70. We're going to have to pay for it. All right, just give me a second too. We'll give the market a second. When you hit number 4, remember the first thing you're looking for is for this to fall down from number 4, which is up here, straight down to right here, which is number 3. That's the easiest trade that you can get into. So now, since this is the easiest trade that you can get into, recognize that, again, you're not doing anything else in between. You're just waiting for this. Let's just say you fall out the sky, so be it. What you could do is you could get a call down here at the bottom. Basically. Get some calls for you to run right back to the midpoint, 645, once you hit 644. $644s right now are $40. 646s are $90. basically what we would be saying if we get into a trade right now, what would we God damn, say it. Let me type. What we would say if we get into a trade right now is basically that we rushed it. Honestly, if we say that we got into a trade right now, it would be that we rushed it. Or that you're just throwing capital into the market for an unnecessary reason. Completely. Because I'm trying to make it make sense, you know what I mean? Like, let's just say if I really wanted to get into a trade right now, what direction would it be? Why would it be that direction? How long are we going to stay into the trade? And every single time that I look at it, it's unnecessary for us to continue playing inside these plays if the value is not dropping. Because on days like yesterday, we were in the trade. On days like today, we're just watching the same thing basically unravel, honestly. It's basically the same thing occur, you know? Which means we should have one more drop. Which also means if we fall down to here, which is the one thing I left out, if we fall down to right here in this middle spot again, or somewhere a little bit lower, I could definitely see you running right back up a crazy amount towards the end of the day again. So anywhere like under here, like down here, you want to buy. Somewhere in here, basically. But yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm going to grab some food real quick. You guys want to look at this chart, or you want to look at this chart over here? I think the reversal chart is better, right? I mean, you can't really see the weekly box with the reversal chart. I guess I could just take this and put it on this chart. Let me see. Does it look weird if I do that? No, not at all. Let me just lower the opacity on this. And let me not make this line yellow. Let me make it this color. Let me lower the color. So basically, everybody, at the top of that orange box, that's where we break out. So I'm thinking we're going to break out real quick, snap right back down inside of it, and then start running up higher maybe. That's one trend that can happen. That's why I was saying we're going to get puts at 647. We're going to pay a very cheap amount. But then again, if we had to get 646s, these are 90. These will have to be 60. If we get 645s, we definitely still have enough time. Actually, no, we don't. It's 1 o'clock. We don't have enough time for those no more. So the only time we're going to buy something more than 2 strikes out is if it only costs $5. Anything that's 2 strikes out right now for the 0 days currently cost $20 to $30, $40. So it's still too expensive. Puts at 647 if we hit that. Yeah, that could be a good idea as well. Like, let's just say the market pauses right here and it stays right here the whole entire day. And then at 3 o'clock, you finally run up to the high. We could buy puts like 15 minutes afterwards. Or, you know, it's basically not 15 minutes, but like 10 minutes. Because the market's going to close 14 minutes, basically. We're up 60% on Unity again. We just keep hitting 50%, 60%. This is so annoying. I'm trying to sell this at like 1,000% here. But it looks like you're struggling to fall on Unity. There's so many people that's buying this option. They're keeping the value alive. Somehow. Not too sure how, but they are doing it. Oh, it's 23 days out. What am I saying? No wonder. We have so much time left. How much was this put for Unity not too long ago? This was $700, and it fell to $200. That's not that big of a fall yet. We'll still wait for it. How you doing, Moo Moo? What's going on over here? Honestly, I don't really trade SPX often because I'd rather people be able to take it a little bit slower. SPX is kind of more momentum, more speed. You got to be really quick with that one. So I just tend to choose SPY because you can actually have enough time to explain stuff, like walk people through it and stuff like that. With SPX, it's like a war zone. You have to explain it before the day even begins. But we'll probably start doing that honestly, but in the future, not right now. Once we have a little bit more people that know how to trade SPY perfectly, which is not that hard honestly. It just takes a couple different charts that you need to have on your screen. And once you have those charts on your screen every single day, you'll be like, all right, I get what's happening. I know what to do. And it's always going to go your way. Think about it. We got into Moo puts right here, right up here at the top. And for this trade, we wanted you to fall down from the 190s down to 182s first. In the morning, you were up 400%. Right now, you're up about 60%. And then we want you to fall down to here, which is the 1000% zone. Just in case anybody's waiting on that one, you might be able to get into another put play here. Oh, I'm guessing you can finally hear me now? Welcome, Dan. Welcome, Dan, to the Discord, everybody. Yep, so we still need to look at the names you sent. I need to add them to the names that we were looking at last night. Me and Danny were talking about some dividend names. And we also were talking about a bunch of other charts that we could chart and start to add to the Discord. I think it's about like another 150 names. 100, like probably a little bit under 150. Maybe like 90. It was a good amount of names though. It was a lot of names. And then I searched up on ChatGPT because I wanted to see if it could find out some dividend names. Because obviously you could tell what, like it's public knowledge, what their dividend percent is. So what I want to search up is how much do you have to pay in taxes, have that all, you know, kind of listed. Because I don't think I've ever looked at tax information for dividends specifically. I'll have to check to see if I did that before. I may have, now that I think about it. I think I did that actually. We'll double check just to make sure. But once I get all that sorted and everything is done from A to Z, and then we have at least 50 names, we're just going to post it inside the dividend section. Because it's really good, you know? It's really good. Like, for instance, if you put around $60,000 into your dividends, you can make around, you could say $2,000 a month. It has to be just a really high yield, though, for just 60K. You kind of want to have, like, around I was going to say, you kind of want to have, like, around 100K. And if you can have around 100K, you could get easy 2,000 to 3,000 a month, I believe. I have to double check.
Let's do something like that. Side will find all, consistent, reputable companies that year on end give a reliable dividend, interest payout. That way we can add that out, almost do like a, math equation for that. And like you're saying, put the bigger numbers in it, 60,000 or 100,000. And then, when we hit those, $1 million, the challenge you have,
right?
Put half of that into a dividend portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Now, even if we, obviously we're gonna have ups and downs in the market.
Of course.
The money that we already earned is already earning money.
Yeah.
We set that up right.
With dividends, we do a reinvestment. Reinvest your dividends back into the stock. You don't have to pay tax on it.
See, Culinary already know. I know, Culinary, I seen your portfolio. You posted in the chat not too long ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting together a portfolio right now on Webull, though. for dividend stocks. So for right now, I'll probably post it in the chat in a little bit, but everything's green. I got Chevron, I got Intel, Johnson and Johnson, for the Nvidia, Robinhood, Target, Webull.
Yeah, those are all really good plays right now to buy. Nvidia might be the one that's a little bit higher, but with Nvidia, you know how it is. This thing could be worth $400 if they just do the right thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at them more or less like long term. So I'll give you like a
Excellent.
regular Magnificent 7.
Excellent.
And just see how everything goes, bro. But everything that makes sense, next 5 to 10 years, is this company still gonna be here? People still gonna be eating this stuff like McDonald's, like that's like a stock. You get a franchise and boom, 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 they got them shits in China, all over the world. So it makes sense.
Yeah, and another thing about the dividends, they don't drop the dividends just because the stock is dropping. The dividends stay the way it's supposed to stay, unless they come out with like a press conference. They'll let the shareholders know. They're not just gonna leave you on the desk.
Yeah, because on my other portfolio on Robinhood, they send me like little notifications like, hey, we'd like to have you join blah blah blah. We're gonna be going over, you know, Q1, Q2, things like that.
Right. I really struggle right now.
Oh my God. So, in terms of taxes, yeah, I'm trying to do the math right now for New York at least. Federal is gonna be. We're gonna have to pay. Yeah, for $1 million. In terms of taxes, I'm gonna have to pay around $350 this time around because I'm not trading under the business accounts yet.
So donate more into your business. So donate at least half of it
No,
to your
you
business.
can't. You can't. I'm just letting you know you can't. You need to have way more capital.
You can lend it to your business.
Yeah, you can lend it to your business, but again, you still have to have a $60,000 or $80,000 account just to trade something with a business account on Webull, Moomoo. So that's what I'm referring to.
Trading as a business account. I'm talking about
Yeah.
money that you make under personal.
Hmm.
There's two forms there's two forms that you got to fill out in order to loan your business money legally. If
I
you
see
don't,
what
you don't
no,
have to.
I see what you're saying, but I meant like before you had to go through the whole process of all that, just making sure that it's under personal. No, yeah, it would completely be under your personal, so it wouldn't be under the LLC. I wouldn't be able to do that. Um, 'Cause I'm trying to go about this the perfect way, the best way. If I make a million or something like that, because anything less than $1 million.
You
Go
can't
ahead.
trade with your business, but you can invest with your business. So even if you loaned your business, here's the perfect way.
No,
Wire
you
your
could.
business the money, right? Put the money into dividend stocks, and then whenever you need money, you can either borrow against the business or you can borrow against the stock. Either way, there's no tax.
So this is what I'm trying to say. When we take everybody to $1 million, not everybody's gonna have their accounts set up, their deductions set up. They might, but with the speed in which we're gonna do this, there's gonna be a lot of people unprepared for that. So what I'm trying to think of is, how can I make sure that I account for anybody that's unprepared, and if they get to 800K, 700K, how do I correctly guide that individual so that they know every single rule that they need to follow? Like, for instance, that first year, you may need to just generally pay more in taxes. Yes, you can go about finding all these other loopholes, but again, we still have to find them. It's not something that we truly know yet because I've never went out of my way to do all this yet. For me personally, I just straight up paid whatever I had to pay. So let's just say there's other people that want to do the same thing and they don't want to go through the process of all that stuff yet. In terms of making $1 million, yeah, you would pay 350K off the bat, federal, and then for state, it's going to be 100K. So, yeah, you would, after state, you would have around only 500K basically. So let me see. most of you would actually not have to. I don't think you would have to pay state. Some of your states don't have to. I don't think you get state tags. I think like Florida, right? Or is that incorrect? I think it's Florida. Is it Florida? I believe it's Florida. It might be Florida. But regardless of which, and yeah, so that's insane. I wonder how much taxes is Hawaii. I think it might be a lot. But okay, so we have all that stuff. Now, if we turn this into an S corp to reduce taxes in the future, traders often set up LLCs with S corps and then trader tax status to deduct expenses and possibly lower self-employment exposure. Yes, let me see a table comparing business with LLCs. Let me see what this does here. I think it's going to compare the S corps with the LLCs in terms of making $1 million. Which one you would be able to pay the least, I guess, taxes on. Because let's be honest here, I'd rather use the money that I'm going to make and save from taxes and actually put that into helping people. Because I know I could do a better job of doing that than the government. Let's be honest here. They have no idea what they're doing with that money. So yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to come up with right now, Culinary. Is a foolproof plan where by the time we hit $1 million, because is the plan created for us to hit $1 million and then, you know, we have all the tax stuff organized? And the answer is no. As it stands today, right now, right here, we don't have nothing prepared for that in terms of taxes or explaining it to people. I can show people how to look up, you know, how much taxes they would pay and do the math, of course, but I want to have everything in charts and outlined and, you know, all organized and stuff. So if you guys want to start adding to the tax information from what you know, there's a tax, you know, category on the Discord you can add to, and I'll just organize it. I'll read through everything. I'll research everything. I'll make sure everything is actually truthful. And then, yeah, we can go like that. But you guys can help me out if you would like. There are a few of them. Florida, Texas. I think even Puerto Rico, right? That's why people be going there.
Teamwork make the dream work. And I'm saying, alright, so I came up with this little idea, right? Alright, so fine. Why don't we like put like I know how you have the challenges in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like giving us homework in the chat. Like we'll have like a little homework session. So like how
Yeah.
you said, if you don't mind helping you like build like you know a tax type of you know file to understand which states have less tax, you know, or what is better. Like if,
Mm-hmm.
you know, we have like a little, oh man, I don't know how to say it. This just popped in my head right now. And like, you know, everybody works on it, everybody adds into it, like, you know, all the other little groups that you have in the Discord. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it made sense. 100% it made sense. That's what I'm saying. Like, that was my intention in the beginning of the Discord. So me being here day and night live streaming like yesterday, I was here for over 15 hours, 16 hours, right? Straight, just charting and helping. I do that because I want to show people that I'm trying to build an environment and a community where they want to do that for others. Because think about it for a second. If you have 5 of the most intelligent people on this Discord, let alone just anybody else, let's just say the top 5 people who are always here are there. Not even in, let's remove the idea of intelligence, right? Let's just say the top 5 people, it doesn't matter who they are, but from this Discord were to get together 100%, or regardless of whatever they needed help with or one of them needed to fix, they would get that done within a day. They would probably be able to be capable of doing the work of a whole army of people within a whole year, within a day, just because of the meticulation of the structure. It's the same thing with, you know, the way these high profile jobs work in terms of engineering or anything that's as crazy as that. In order for you to make that work and become one of the best, You need to consistently always think outside the box and improve beyond like the normal, realm of things. So it's just like if people could operate like that and be able to have structure in terms of success, or know how to fix things, or know how to, you just know how to do something that's good enough in one field, that if you do something that's similar in any other field, you just absolutely go crazy and you're amazing at it. So that's kind of what I'm trying to track down right now, is everybody's main qualities. Like some people trade futures like Danny, some people like trading forex, some people like trading, long-term SPY options, or just long-term options for that matter. Some people like just trading stocks. Like one of my favorite traders in the world is Warrior Ross Trading. He trades with just stocks, and he's absolutely insane. He trades a couple $1,000,000 at a time, and he makes about $3 million a year just trading stocks. And I watched him for a couple years. But the way he trades, it's too chaotic for me. You got to look at a bunch of screeners. You got to look at this, look at that. And I'm just like, I'm too lazy for all that. What's up?
Aside from, instead of like, I don't know much about trading the stocks itself, but I know when you taught me how to trade the stock options. So with trading just the stock itself, you're not allowing yourself to have like the theta or the theta decay on a contract. Instead, you're just watching like technicals and knowing the fundamentals of when to buy and sell, right?
Exactly, yeah. So it's all charting. Yes, because you remove the short-term momentum aspect. So any type of news, any type of irregularities in the short term, like for instance, let's just say right now you buy a put for SPY. The prices today for the puts are going to be different than the prices for the puts that they were on Friday. So last week Friday, if we were to get a put for SPY, and then today, if we look at the same puts, those prices are going to depreciate because you're basically at the same area, 3-4 days later, even including the weekend. So when you look at it like that, right, the one thing the one aspect you want to kind of play with is the idea of momentum. There's like a curve. There's something you can't see. And yes, theta and delta are basically trying to explain it. It's just they don't do a good job of doing it, honestly. It's kind of like that random curve. Like, for instance, us getting into a cheap trade and then me being like, all right, that $5 option instantly went to $50 within the first 30 minutes of the day. That's insane movement. That's like ridiculous. But if a $5 option takes the whole day just to go up to $30, $20, it was a good trade. It was a good idea. It was in the range, but that took, way longer than expected. Now with options or with stocks, you don't have to worry about that. With stocks, it's just pure technicals. You buy one day, you can buy at $200. Who cares? That thing falls to 100. You buy, 5 more. Your average is right back down to like, 205. Or not 205, but like 105, 106. That's why when we bought Redwire, we only bought 10 of them. Because if this thing falls to $6, we might just start buying hundreds at a time. It just depends how fast this falls or what it does. For now, we're just going to get 10 a week. And then for like, when 8 weeks go by and we have some decent profit with the rest of the account from SPY, we're just going to start dumping in. Honestly, I want at least 1 to 10,000 shares of Redwire. That's honestly my goal.
What is Redwire? What is that?
Redwire is basically a company that works on, they have robots that could basically build in space. And my brain is instantly thinking about all the different things that people are going to want to build in space, all the different billionaires. They're going to want to all put their money into space soon. Of course, there's a bunch of stuff we could do down here on Earth, but I'm also planning on doing a bunch of different things down here as well.
What about, do you have any thoughts on
SoundHound
SoundHound?
is pretty good. We've actually finished. I think I have the chart done already. Let me check it real quick.
I'm pretty sure you do. I went down that. I know you talked about it maybe like a month ago. I don't know. You brought it up last night. You fixed the chart.
Yeah, so you know what's crazy? SoundHound is actually a lucky stock. Whoever trades SoundHound, I'm just letting you know, because This is the only. This is. I rarely do this on any stocks. I don't know why I did this. You know why I did this actually? I did this because there was a group of people who really traded SoundHound around that time, which was around down here. You could say like right down here, and they were all asking me for the charts on SoundHound. So I think I just went crazy and did supply and demand zones, which is like you almost can't do this anymore because these are all the perfect ones. So it's still perfectly hitting every single one of them. So what I would say is you could buy this real soon, but I just had to preface everybody there to explain when I started doing this. I think it was like last year, and it had to be the summer. Yeah, I think it was the summer, like somewhere around here. I think before you ran up to 13. And then when you ran up to 13, everybody was going crazy and, you know, kind of wanted to understand where this was going to go. And I didn't have DARP at that time. I was creating it around that time, but I didn't have it done. So now I could probably update this chart. But in terms of the diagonal speed, I would say that the speed here definitely looks like it's still maintaining itself. If you get below $10, we could buy at the bottom again. But for now, let's just wait on this. Because if it holds here, you're just going to run back up to 16 potentially. But I would much rather just buy this at the bottom. Is this AI or is this crypto? If it's crypto, we don't buy this. We're not buying this till December. All crypto plays are off limits in terms of calls. You got that, everybody? No more crypto stuff. It's off limits now, just like how we said last year. You gotta wait now, 6 months at least, before you start buying a single thing. And this is just for your own safety, because this market's most likely gonna crash out the sky here. Listen, if you go above 120,000 on Bitcoin, first thing we're doing is buying puts. Second thing we're doing is playing the short-term upside. We'll make those puts free, and then we'll continue to profit on the upside pretty much for the rest of the time that we're trading it. Anything else I think we're going to wait for? SPY is still going up here. SPY's at a new high. Right, everybody? Are you at the top of the box? No, you're not. You're almost there. This is insane. Alrighty. So that's all done. Let's see here. We got all this done. All this is updated. Let me leave this chart to the side here. So you said no state taxes? No, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay, what else do we need to do here? We've updated everything. SPY's clearly running out into this new high. I want to see those contracts from yesterday. I want to see how much they cost right now. Let's see how much they went up, how much they went down. $247, and then they went up to 320. Wait, let me check something on the euro real quick. I might hold this for a little bit longer here. The euro trade is finally bouncing right back up to our entry point. I'm looking at these longs here, so you can still run up to here, which would be potentially by here. By the time you get here, the trade would be up. It's because it's under that peak right there. It depends. Okay, so I think this 70 pips. That's good enough. Let's take a picture. Okay. SPX, you're still at the top. This looks so odd. Just break out. Spot want to be a little weird today. Palantir looks like it's falling down here. Yeah, Spy's listening to that bottom wedge, which is actually pretty perfect. Let me look at the puts again. 0 days. Yo, I'm staring at these things like a hawk. Let me tell ya. I'm waiting for the prices to just start falling out the sky. Like these right here started falling pretty good. They went to 13. This morning you were at $100 this morning. So now I'm just like, all right, let's see here. Tesla's running up still. Still looks like you're peaking on the trend. Come on, Spy. You're usually never this afraid to hit the top of the trend. You know what this could mean, right, everybody? If it's struggling this much, we could because remember, it wasn't struggling like this before. Not at the 606s, not at the 626s. It did fall from those levels, but it wouldn't struggle when it was running right back up. It would just, dominate and just run right on top. So what I'm thinking right now is they're going to put you up a little bit above it and still drop you below it. So, therefore, we are going to get a 0-day put once you hit number 4. It's just, if you hit number 4 at 3 o'clock, we're not going to buy no puts. Unless we might, let me see, let me look at the puts overnight. Are they cheap for 2 days out? If they're cheap for 2 days out, we might buy it. But yeah, let me just see here, everybody. I still have to grab some food. So let me grab some food before I forget. And I don't, eat all day again like yesterday. Yo, I ate at like 10 o'clock yesterday. I think I had like a little something in the morning. And I was just dead the whole day. So let me just go get something real quick. I'll be right back. All right, everybody? Remember, let it happen. By the time I get back, it should be time for us to get into this trade. And then we'll go from there. Let's see if we could have some perfect timing on this. If not, we're going to miss the trade. We'll look for some other trades for tomorrow. I'll explain to you before we end the live stream how you should play tomorrow. And then from there till about 1 a.m., I'm just going to be doing one-on-ones. So for everybody else who wants to set up a one-on-one with me and you need to talk to me, just make sure you set up your classes, for after 4. And remember, if you have a class at any point, let's say if me and you were supposed to meet up at 8 o'clock, the first thing you do is you just instantly call me. You don't have to ask if it's fine. You don't have to ask if I'm, busy. You instantly call me. Because sometimes with Discord, for some reason, because I have so many friends, like added, it doesn't notify me of certain notifications until like 30 minutes after, 40 minutes after. So you know what happens sometimes, right? Is somebody will text me, they'll be like, they're ready. And I'll be like, all right, let's do this. They'll wait a couple minutes, like 5 minutes. I'll go continue what I'm doing. They'll text me back, and then I'll see it 40 minutes later. I'll go respond to it 40 minutes later. Then they don't respond for a couple minutes. 10 minutes go by, 15 minutes go by, they respond again. I don't see the thing again for like another 30, 40 minutes, and it's just going back and forth, back and forth. So I don't want that to happen to nobody no more at all. So instead, when you know it's your time to speak to me, again, you just instantly call me. Okay, so just give me 1 second. Let me get some food. I'll be right back. Oh my god, everybody. Mayday, mayday! Mayday! I was still doing notes for you. I was still here in the background. You're lucky. Let's look at these puts here. You hit the pink line perfectly. You're falling from it already, though. I still want you to get above the pink line. So you're still not at that perfect point yet. But you're getting there. The 646 contracts that were just $90 are just $60 right now. Exactly what we thought it was going to be worth. And then a couple minutes ago, you were at 164. So everybody, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do right here. We're going to get a 646 put, and we're just going to buy one. And I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my food. All right, we got a 646 put. Remember, a 646 put at $64. I'm sending it into the Discord right now. And then I'll be right back. This trade is going to be a battle. Be prepared for this one. It's going to be fun. Everybody! Everybody, attention. We're up 27%. You may now put your stop losses. You may now put your stop losses, ladies and gentlemen. We are up 20%. Alright, we just sold. Excellent, everybody. That was a nice little end of the day play there. Remember, we just wanted a little scalp for that play. Stand by. We might get into another one. I'll let you know when. Alright, everybody. We got a 648 call here. A 648 call right here. 648. Again, everybody, I just bought a 648 call right here. We're going to hold this to the close. Let's have some fun here. Everybody, put your stop losses. Stop losses, everybody. Stop losses, please. Stop losses. Thank you. We're up 35%. That's more than we need. Just put your stop losses, just in case. All right, everybody. So get ready. Now is the time for us to start buying those cheap options that we were talking about 6 days out. I think we should get a 636 play. It costs $80. We pretty much made that money back already for free today. Our account is already $960. So technically we made around like $60, you could say. Minus the DJT, which is down. Unity is down. Moomoo's down. All of those were up 100 to 300%. So at this point, because of that stuff being down, whatever gains we made today, we pretty much made everything back. And a little bit more. Almost at 1,000 again. So the first thing I think we should do here is lock in a play for 6 days out. 636 is risky. Let's be honest here. Because you're supposed to run into new highs. So you're supposed to run up into 650. But I think what we could do here is we could just get that 6-day play just as insurance. The only thing is $80 is kind of a lot of money. So I think we should maybe spend a little bit cheaper. We could definitely find something maybe 2 days out. Maybe we get something for 2 days out for 636. It's only $50. And then we sell it tomorrow morning. Or we straight up has to go with something more expensive. We'll get like a 645 and then just sell it tomorrow. But then again, if you're above 648, you know, you're just going to run into a new high. So we should probably get something cheap just in case, since we're at a high. That's the most logical thing to do. Or we do what we did last time, which was in January, and we play NVIDIA. Meaning we buy NVIDIA puts 2 weeks out. Where are you at? You're currently at 181. We can get a put for NVIDIA 2 weeks out for 155. We could do that as well. So let's go take a look at NVIDIA. Because that's how we played it last time, you know. We play NVIDIA off of SPY. It's pretty much the same idea, same concept. Give me 1 second. We kind of got to play 160. If we play 160, that costs 130, 16 days out. How about 9 days out? 9 days out for 160 costs $93. This option went to 120 before. That's too much money to pay just to only make $30. So I don't think we want to do that. How about we just say screw it? Just get a 2-day output for NVIDIA. How much would we have to spend? $50 still? Just for us to hit 160? That's still a lot of... Say that again? No, yep. That's fine. It's all technicals. Earnings is just like news. It's just going to be an accelerator for that set of technicals. So if you know what the technicals are, you can see how the earnings or the news is going to accelerate it, basically. Just like how we got calls down here, we knew the market was going to run right back up to the top. Now you're at that same spot that we wanted you to be at. I'm thinking we play puts for you to fall down to like 175. So we could probably play like a 2-day 175, but these things are expensive. Even 160 2 days out is $50. So I think we probably wait for earnings to be done, and then we'll probably do something right after that. By the way, SPY is running up here. Where is SPY right now? Hey, look at that. Absolutely phenomenal. We sold these options at about... How much did we sell them for? Yeah, so they're at 80 right now. We sold them for 60. They're at 80 right now. So that's crazy. That's beautiful. That's exactly what we wanted to do. That's 100% right there. So again, these options are now 100%. So the next thing I want to do now is go to these puts for SPY. SPY puts. Let's go 2 days out. You should make a new high. So we'll let this make a new high. And then once it makes a new high, if not... We'll look at it now, I guess. These things are $50. It's not a bad price. And we would sell this for potentially... So basically what I'm saying is that SPY would fall from up here. And you're going to fall straight down to potentially like down here. Yeah, let's get it. Let's buy it. I'm feeling good about this. 2 days out. It's going to be risky, everybody. It's going to be risky. But screw it. Let's do it. We bought one. 636 put. 2 days out. Again, we bought a 636 put. 2 days out. This is going to be really risky. So, worst comes to worst, you know what? Let's just act like this is already a loss. Let's just act like we lost the $50. And then let's just now make that money back. That money's technically free because of the money we made today. However, that's okay. We wanted to buy this at the beginning earlier. Instead, we went for 0 day because we thought that the market would run back up again, which it did. So now that it ran back up again, it's time to enter the bigger play, which is a couple nights out. And that's it. I didn't think the market was going to listen to every single thing that we wanted it to do. I'm actually really surprised that it did that. But since it did do that, we're going to play it methodically. And we're just looking for that downside now. All right, everybody. So we're done for today. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and update Discord now. We updated Discord. Okay, so that's done. We told everybody we sold out of those plays. Excellent. So now we're going to post these puts for the downside. These are going to be really risky. So I can't wait to see how this turns out tomorrow. And Friday. Because Friday, I'm thinking tomorrow is going to crash. And then Friday's going to level it out. While still kind of crashing is what I'm thinking. So we'll probably sell it Friday morning. I don't even think we're going to sell it tomorrow morning. But we'll see. If it's up more than 100% or 50%, we're just going to take our gain and then buy something else. Sounds like a plan, everybody? Sounds like a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am home. I am back. I had some nice little food. You guys had some nice food? You guys ate? You guys drank some water? Are you guys nourished? You guys ready for this? We got a lot of charting we gotta do. We got a lot of charting. Spy is crashing. This is exactly what we wanted. We knew this was gonna happen. Friday or Thursday afternoon, we're probably gonna sell these options. So yeah, we're just gonna wait right now. So just take your time. Don't rush it. Don't sell out yet. And on Thursday, we'll probably see what we're gonna do in the morning. But right now, I'm thinking the market's still gonna crash. So just let it do whatever it's gonna do, and we'll look at it tomorrow. Oh my God! Look at that drop. Woof, woof. Look at this. Tesla dropping straight out the sky as well. Come on now. Straight right back down to 310. This might be crazy, I'm telling ya. This might be really crazy. Like, really crazy. So we'll see. Take it slow. Remember, ask me for one-on-ones. And I'll see you guys in a little bit, alright? I'm going to take a little break again. This time is just going to be to make sure that everybody on the Discord is alright. I want to talk over with everybody. See their losses, see their wins. I want to make sure that they had a great day. And if they didn't, I want to make sure that we can go over everything so that we can try to turn it into a great day, right? As long as we kind of see what the mistakes were and what the patterns were. It kind of successfully allows us to actually make sure that doesn't happen again. So as long as we can go over everything perfectly, I think we should be good here. All right, everybody? So I'm going to start a new live. I appreciate you guys showing up. We still have a few people still watching till now. So if you can hear me, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Every single day, I really appreciate you guys. Every single one of you. Remember, I'm very young. So me seeing these amount of people, you know what I mean, is very shocking to me. So, yeah, I love it. I love every bit of it. Cody! I'll see you on the Discord, brother. You've been doing absolutely amazing, bro. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for that. Just so you know, thank you for that. Also, by the way, for whoever's watching right now, give me 1 second. I got you right now. Watch this. Ready for this? I just gave 5 of you guys. So whoever's watching right now, whoever's left, I just gave 5 of you memberships for free. So again, everybody, I gave you memberships inside of the YouTube for free. So you can see some extra information. Whoever you were, you obviously could see it now. I have 5 more, and we're probably going to do it tomorrow. So we're going to save the last 5 for tomorrow whenever we're live. Whoever got rewarded, again, thank you. Absolutely thank you. I appreciate you guys. Is that Chills?